This should be on just chatting for now. And holy shit, the video ended up at an hour? That can't be right. I'll do it that in a second. Tut. Do that. And then
Hunt down those lizard trinkets.
yes, all the trinkets. Hello everybody, how are we all doing today? Hope you're well. I had some time today, so thought it would be good to come on and hang out for a bit. How's everybody doing? Hello. We are on YouTube and Twitch for this one. Oh, I should send links out, shouldn't I? If I want to actually, you know, do my job and promote things. Shareable link. How's everybody doing? How are y'all? Hello. Brainbug, thank you for the 32. Thank you for the 32 months. I appreciate it. Live now, chatting about old world and Total War shenanigans. And maybe a little bit of Settra goodness, or Settra campaign goodness in a bit. Please come by and say hello. Watching the vampire prediction videos, oh, the vampire bloodlines. I really hope that that was one of those ones where I was truly tuned in to potential futures. I would really like that. I would really like that to be something they do. It would make me the happiest person.
Let's do this. Massive headache from wearing glasses for the first time in my life.
Oh, geez.
Woo. Hang on. I want to see how the AI voice says Aristotle on Chipotle.
Huh? Well, it actually, like, did it vaguely correctly. Hello! Hi! Speaking of prediction videos, if y'all are, if y'all enjoy your prediction video goodies, tomorrow morning, there may be something that you'll be particularly excited about. Mayhaps. Here, I'll bring up the chat so y'all can see yourselves. Fireblood, thank you for the 31
Power
months.
up, Kappa Power UPR.
And Disciple of Hannah, thank you for the 18 months. But, can I make remastered lore videos for stuff? Yes. Yeah, remastered videos is something I'm going to be leaning into for 2024. The first thing we have to do, I mean, the first two projects that really need to get done are Queek and the Empire Q&A. People have been very patient for both of those projects to wrap up, but they're pretty much done. Well, getting close to done. Pochak, thank you for the, or Solmito, thank you for the 22 months. Pochak, thank you for the 12 months. And Yarrow Love, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
Sosh, yes.
I have been going through the Empire Q&A and organizing everything, which is cool. A lot of people have been really wanting the Empire Q&A. So,
Yo, Sotek. Hope you had a great Christmas and New Year's.
I finally found a way to edit it, or to do it in a way that makes me not want to tear my hair out. It's in the so it has to go, we have to go through the organization phase, and after the organization phase is the answering phase, or, well, that's not true. So it's like, first I have to organize all the questions, then I have to condense all the questions. So like, I take all the questions as they were written and I break them down into like like if 8 people ask the same thing, I try and boil down the essence of what it is they're asking into a singular question. And then from there, once that process is done, then we answer all the questions through research. And once that's done, then we record the video, and then it's done. So I am almost done with the organization part, which is frankly the most frustrating part, to be honest, just because there's so much. And then from there, we go straight to boiling everything down, which I tend to find is the easiest part, and then it's on to research and answering. But I found a way that I'm really, really happy with. Is Andy doing okay? He is alive, which is good. It's very good. Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to speak with him since right before Christmas. He has been quite ill because of COVID, and I know that he is still quite ill. I believe he's getting better, but like there was an update today that they were not going to be doing Lawhammer tomorrow, which is when they were initially planning to return because he's still sick. So hopefully he feels better soon. Any of you that have the ability to manifest healing energy, I would ask that you please keep Andy in your thoughts, and whatever it is that you do to manifest such powers, because he needs it. So, yeah, and of course, then while we are almost to 5K subs on Lawhammer, which is when we drop the quick cut. How close are we to that now? Okay, we're still about 4.3, so still got a little bit to go. Not a ton to go, but a little bit. But anyway, Castrade, thank you so much for gifting us up. I appreciate that. How is... I saw somebody said something about flooding, which is like, ooh. I saw Beast of Chaos will be in the old world, so I've been painting them finally. So, I don't know if y'all saw, but, there is the old world base sizes have been released. So, on the Warhammer Facebook page, the, like, Games Workshop Facebook page, they have officially posted all of the base sizes for, like, the old minis. I will admit that the news made me kind of nervous, or makes me kind of nervous, because, like, for the Lizardmen, for instance, they only give you, like, instructions on a lot of the old minis that are out of print. And there's not really anything yet on, like, a lot of the new stuff. Like, for instance, they give you the base size on Cold One Riders, but they don't give base size for Agrodon Lancers. So I'm not sure if that means that, like, if you play fantasy, if you want to play Lizardmen, do you have to go dig up, like, old Cold One Cavalry models? Or is it that if you want to use Cold One Cavalry, you simply will use your Agrodon Lancers as Cold One Cavalry? Still not sure what the situation is on that. But we're we will wait and see. But the pre-orders for Warhammer the Old World are in 2 days, or a day and a half, really. Wait, do pre-orders start on Saturday, or do they start on Sunday? They're on Saturday, right? And then on Sunday it's previews of the next week, I think. But, like, I am gonna be up early as fuck on Saturday because I really want to get the limited edition Lords of the Lance book that's, like, actually signed by Graham McNeil, and I feel like that bitch is gonna sell out so fast, mostly because of scalpers. So, I will be up early to try and secure my copy to that. Hi, Queen Jen, thanks so much for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Another wretched foul is
XX Rathalos, thank you very much for 14 months. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for the support.
Finally able to catch a stream again, sot high.
Let's see. My impression, without much knowledge, they seem to be intending for the old world to cover models not in Age of Sigmar and vice versa. Yeah, I get. The thing is like that won't work. Like that's the thing that bothers me about it, is that there are some models that have just been outright replaced by their AOS versions. So it's like, take the Lizardman for example. If like, it wouldn't make any sense for them to be like, oh, we want you to use the old Saurus minis, not the new Saurus minis. When, though, the new Saurus minis are bigger. Like, the reason that we're going up in base sizes for Fantasy is because of the Age of Sigmar models. Like, that's why most of the minis are going up sizes, is because they've been replaced by new minis that are bigger. Like, Saurus had to go from 25mm bases to 30mm bases, because like it's just too big. Though I will say, I hate that they put it on Facebook. Like, I wish they would put it on fucking Twitter or like their actual website or something. I don't understand why they like exclusively released it on Facebook, which is so, does not make any fucking sense. Like, I'm excited for the old world. I really, really am. But I can't help but feel like Games Workshop is kind of sort of doing everything they can to like try and botch it. Like the way they're handling the releases for it feels so fucking bizarre, and like chaotic. So I'm not really sure what the hell is happening out with that, because it's not like it was a leak. Like, it's the official GW thing. Like, it's the official like Facebook thing. But like, I don't even have a Facebook account. I don't want to make a Facebook account to go deal with this bullshit. Like, just put them where I can read them, please. But like, I shouldn't need to go onto Facebook for it. Hey, N7 Engineer 9000, thank you for the 22 months. Keith Cool, thank you for the 28, and Jake Chrissy, thank you for the 18. I appreciate it, guys.
Much love, Sotek. Cheers for the great content and looking forward to more.
Like, there's not even a good... I can't even find, like, a good thing for it. Here it is. But yeah, it's like, it's so bizarre. They just like kind of slid it into in here. Speaking of base size, did y'all see how huge? Did y'all see how fucking huge Settra's base is?
It's been over 3 years since I started my sub.
Like, Settra the Imperishable is, his base is colossal. Like, my god. Like, he's on like the I think he's on like the Bone Dragon base. He's like, he's either on 100 by 100 or he's on 100 by 150. Like, it's absolutely huge how big his base is, and there's like nothing on it. That's the thing, is like, his base is like this big, but his mini only takes up like this big. Lone Sparrow, thank you much for the 38 months, and Good Coffee Joey, thank you for the 31. Appreciate it, guys, very much. And Hyper, thank you for the bits. Advisor, the Advisor, Twitch chat, my lord. These brutish internet nomads are as memey as they are stupid, but do not underestimate them. They are hardly pog champs and will cannibalize any YouTubers that dare to cross them. That is unnecessarily rude, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Advisor. I'm glad you're warning us about the dangers of Twitch chat. So, here, let me pull this up where y'all can see it, even though it's Facebook, which, like, ugh. But let's take a look at the base sizes, I should probably do a video on this for later today. So here's all the base sizes just randomly on their Facebook account. So looking through it, the general gist is that everything's going up, like pretty sizably, to be honest. There are exceptions. There are a couple models that have not increased in size, but the vast majority have. So like all basic bitch infantry in Warhammer Fantasy were 20mm by 20mm squares. All basic infantry now are going up to 25mm by 25mm squares. And then most of the like large infantry, so like Saurus warriors and I think Chaos warriors, used to be 25mm squares, and they're now going up to 30mm squares. And it's just like that for everything. Like old cavalry models were 25mm by 50mm rectangles, but now they're going up to 30mm by 60mm rectangles, which is a little weird. Like it's not like crazy, but it's like it's increased by 10, or no, it's increased by 5 on the front edge and then 10 on the long edge, which is odd. But what's interesting is it's not standard. Like there's 2 different cavalry sizes now. That's the super interesting thing to me. There are 2 different kinds of cavalry models now. There is little cav and big cav.
Biofoot 45 cheered. X100. Hearts and hands to our siblings on Yit. The day is always brighter for your presence. Please remember that.
Twitch chat's always so nice to YouTube. So if you're look at Bretonia for instance. If you're looking at Bretonia, your knights, all of your knights, so your knights errant, your knights of the realm, your questing knights, and your grail knights are all on the fat boy bases for cavalry, which is 30mm by 60mm. But your mounted yeomen, which are your very, very light cavalry, are only on 25mm by 50mm bases. So that means the light cavalry are going to have noticeably smaller bases than heavy cavalry, which is super interesting to me. I think that is going to be good, but it's very, very interesting. Also super interesting are like Pegasi, so like monstrous cavalry also have a new base size. So back in the day, monstrous cavalry would usually be 40mm by 40mm bases, which we kind of refer to as like just like kind of regular monster bases. But if you look here, the Bard and Pegasus is 40mm by 60mm bases. So they're like cavalry style, but you know, much, much fatter. Same thing for the Unicorn. The Unicorn is now 40 by 60 when the Unicorn used to either be 40 by 40 or 25 by 50. The Royal Pegasus now has like a full-on monster size base. It also used to be 40 by 40. Now it's 50 by 50. Which 50 by 50mm was like standard monster base in 6th edition. Going into 7th edition and 8th edition, they changed the monster bases to be chariot size, which are 50mm by 100mm. When if you go back to 6th edition, standard monster base was 50 by 50 squares. But looking through the rest of this, some things have not changed at all, which is very interesting. Like monstrous infantry and swarms are the exact same, and same for monstrous beasts. Or I guess were Carrions monster? I think they were monstrous beasts. They might have just been war beasts actually. But Ushabti are the exact same. They're on troll size bases. So monstrous infantry is still 40mm by 40mm. Swarms, like the tomb swarms, is still the exact same, 40 by 40. Let's see. The Necropolis Knights and the Sepulchral Stalkers still have like fat boy bases. The Necrolith Bone Dragon has a gigantic fuck you base with the 100 by 150. Interesting. Okay, this is actually super interesting. The Alex, thank you for the 31 months. Appreciate it.
Hi.
So this is very, very interesting. The Kimrian War Sphinx is also a new base size. So the War Sphinx used to just be the standard cavalry base, which was 50 by 100, but now the Cimmerian War Sphinx is 60 by 100, which is very interesting. That's a unique distinction. Same thing for the Tomb Scorpion. Tomb Scorpion is also a new base size that didn't exist in Warhammer Fantasy. It's a 75 by 50 millimeter base size. That is really interesting. 75 by 50. I like it. The Casket of Souls is still at NA. It's just the model. Screaming Skull Catapult actually has a base size now. 60 by 100. Ogres, they're all still 40. With though Gorgers, interesting. So Gorgers and Hunters have a larger base size now. So Gorgers, because you have to use the new Age of Sigmar Gorgers are now 50 millimeter bases, and Hunters are 50 millimeter bases. That is very interesting. I'm assuming that's because they're not bringing back the old version. So they're going to be using the Age of Sigmar version, so they need larger bases for them. That's the only thing I could think is why they would be doing that. That they're just going to be flat out bigger. Why is the Royal Pegasus shorter than the normal Pegasus? I mean, it's shorter and fatter. Like, because the normal Pegasus is 40 by 60, whereas the Royal Pegasus is 50 by 50. But we're also not 100%. I don't think they've shown us yet how characters ranking up into units is going to work yet. Maybe they've shown that in the little preview video they did, but I haven't watched it yet. I'm not exactly sure how character slotting into units will work. In 8th edition fantasy, if your character was not like a subdivision of the unit they were slotting into, so like if you had an infantry character who had like a 25 millimeter base and he was going into a unit of 20 millimeter infantry, he had to go like on the side. Like he could join the unit, but he had to be kind of like on the side and attached to them. I'm curious what they're gonna do for fantasy, because they're introducing like a lot more base sizes. And I'm kind of curious how they're gonna try and like fit everything.
Another wretched foul lizard.
What are Azrae? Azrae is just another way of saying Wood Elves. Yeah, Azrae and Wood Elves are the exact same.
I almost always just look but love your content.
Hey, Silo Bear Minis, thank you so much for the 3 months. Silo Bear, how have you been? It's good to see you, by the way. You're doing well. Mr. Wheelman, thank you for the 18 months. So, let's see, High Elves are 25 now. Okay, this is interesting. So, when we talked earlier about cavalry, right? So, it's interesting how not standardized this is. Because that's so weird. So, for High Elves, okay, so I'm going to start over. For Bretonnia, if you have light cavalry, the mounted yeomen are 25 by 50 millimeter base, but all of the knights are 30 by 60. But for the High Elves, all High Elf cavalry is 30 by 60, which is strange, because according to what they said with Bretonnia, the Illyrian Reavers should be on 25 by 50, but instead they're on 30 by 60. So I'm not sure what the idea there is, and granted, it could just be like this looks like some intern literally just typed it up when they had some free time. So, you know, let's take it with a grain of salt. It may be that Illyrian Reavers are like, he spelled Phoenixes wrong. I mean, come on. So it could be that he just didn't quite get everything. I think there's a very realistic chance there's some misprints here. So let's not take it as gospel. But it's interesting. Another really interesting thing here are Lizardmen base sizes. So all Saurus are 30. Oh wow, my god, this is so weird, guys. This is so weird. So all Saurus are 30 millimeter squares, but the Slaane's Mage Priest is a 50 millimeter square, which means the Slaanesh has stayed on the same base size, which is gonna be, hold on. Like, I have one of the new Slaanesh, right? Here, let me pull them out. Fitting this big boy, fitting this Chungus on 50 millimeters is gonna be fucking insane. I'm hoping that's a misprint. The Slaanesh should be on like a 60 millimeter square, not a 50 millimeter square. This is way bigger than 50 millimeters. I wish my camera would focus so you could actually like see the mini. Come on, camera, you can do it. Focus. Look in my eyes. Well, whatever. So, and it's also confusing because a Slaanesh Mage Priest is supposed to rank up into a Saurus unit, which means that it should be a 60 millimeter square, not a 50 millimeter square, because that means the Slaanesh won't rank up right in the Saurus unit. Like, you're gonna have like a really weird gap in your Temple Guard, because you're gonna have a front line of Saurus. Like, let's say you go 5 Temple Guard across, right? That means you're gonna have a front line of 150 millimeters, and then in the second line where the Slaanesh would be, you'd have 30, 60, 110, and 140. So your second rank is gonna be 10 millimeters, like, squished. It's gonna be super weird looking. Same thing for Skinks. Skinks and Croxagors. Skinks used to be 20 millimeter bases, which was fine because Croxagors were 40 millimeter bases, and you could rank your Croxagors into your Skink units. Now, granted, it could be that Croxagors are not going to be able to rank up with Skinks anymore. But the new Croxagor minis are also like huge. Like, the new Croxagors are so big compared to the old Croxagors. I don't have any yet, but the new Croxagors are like chonky boys. They're huge. I don't know if they're gonna fit on 40 millimeter bases. Like Cold One Cab, all Cold One units being 30 by 60, that's fine. Aerial Cab being 40 is the same as it was. Jungle Swarms being 40, that's fine. Okay, this is weird. Salamanders and Razordons are 50 by 75. That is so big. That is so big. That is such a huge increase in size. Because the old Salamanders and Razordons were 40 by 40. And now they want us on 50 by 75? What? What am I going to do with all that space? Maybe it has to include the Skink crew. Maybe. I guess that could work, but like that's a huge base. It's so large. Like the spine of what's the spine of Chotch base size? Spawn of Chotch base size. So the spawn of Chotch is 90 by 52 millimeters. That is pretty chonky. So I guess that's why, is because of it's for the new model, but that's still odd. Because like that's also supposed to be, yeah, okay, so it's for the new one. That's why. So it's for the new one, but like your Razordon is gonna look so silly. Like the Razordon is gonna look ridiculous. Considering that the Razordon just has the old metal kit, it did, because the Razordon did not get updated into the new AOS range. It actually got left behind, which made me a little sad. I was really hoping they would give it a new sculpt. But anyway, Carnosaur and Troglodons are chariot size. That's okay. That's normal. And then they say Dwarfs are pretty much all 25 millimeters. See, does it give any more, or is that it? Oh, no, okay, so... Yeah, Dwarfs are pretty much all 25 mils. Oh, wow, Shield Bearers got fat. So, Shield Bearers used to be 25 by 50 millimeter. Now, Dwarf Lords on Shield Bearers are 50 by 50. Whew, chunky. All right, I don't think there's anything else. I think that's everything. Okay, so wait, no, that can't be everything, because I know they did. I know they also put out posts on like Beastmen and shit. Oh geez. See, like, I hate that they posted it this way, because it's like really difficult. Show follow-up comments, maybe? No. Because like it's hard to find all of the comments. Especially because Facebook is like super garbage to navigate. Is it on a different post? Is that what it is? I mean, granted, I shouldn't stress that much about it because they're gonna put them all out soon anyway. But like, I know I saw Dragon Ogres earlier, because one of the things they did that I was kind of like about. There's a better list on Old World Throwdown Daka. Old World Daka. Oh Christ, how do I navigate this? Oh, Julius, that's awesome. Congrats. Page 193. Oh, is this like one of those forum posts that's oh yeah, okay, this thing's just fucking gigantic. All right, here we go. Let's see. Orc infantry is all 30 square. Squig herds and squig hoppers are 25 square. That's gonna be a struggle for the new hoppers. Whoa, that's weird. Regular gores are 25 square, but bestigores are 30 square. So bestigores are going to be a whole size classification larger, and then minotaurs are 50 millimeter bases. Oh man, that's weird. So minotaurs were 40 millimeter bases, and now they're jumping up to 50s. Treemen have two different options. Why? So treemen can either be on 50 by 50 or they can be 50 by 75. Why though? Warhawk riders are going up to 50s instead of staying on 40s, which is weird. Oh my god, this is gonna, like, I'm gonna be honest, at the beginning, so like the first like couple of months for this is gonna be jank. It's gonna be kind of jank. I don't think it's gonna be bad. Like, I genuinely do not think it has to be bad. I don't think it's gonna be that bad, but it is gonna be janky right at the beginning. Okay, see, this guy did a great job where he like broke it down and made it easy to navigate. Who was this? Thank you, Fry Guy 49. King of Kings here, making it actually possible to fucking navigate this shit. Yeah, I'm really curious about how they decided what to make bigger and what not to. I guess that's the thing that really kind of like has my head scratching. Skaven, all jumping up to 25s. Rat ogres are getting, so like this doesn't make sense, right? Here's my problem. Here is my problem, okay? Why are rat ogres and gorgers And like rat ogres have not changed in like 15 to 20 years. Like they have not changed at all. They are not very big. They're pretty hideous to look at, but yet the rat ogres are going up to 50 by 50 millimeter bases. But Kroxigors, which just got brand new models, which are fucking huge, are on 40 by 40s? Like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That is so odd. Like, Kroxigors should not be on 40 by 40. They should be on 50 by 50. Orcs and goblins, and he spelled orcs wrong. Tell me you're a 40k player without telling me you're a 40k player. Can't spell orc. Let's see. Yeah, okay, this all looks pretty... Okay, what's interesting about Goblin Wolf Chariots is that the Goblin Wolf Chariots say that you can change how many wolves are pulling it. So, like, if you have 2 wolves, it's 50 by 100, but if you have 3 wolves, it's 60 by 100. But at least when I played Warhammer Fantasy, you could not change how many goblins were pulling, or wolves were pulling the chariot. The only way you could have more wolves is if you were playing with Grom the Paunch, because Grom uniquely has extra wolves. So I'm wondering if they're doing that just so like you can run Grom's model. And like there's like a thing for it already built in, but that's, I don't know, that's kind of weird. Also, I will say I agree with Andy Law so much. I hate this name for the Empire. The Empire of Man is the dumbest fucking... It is the dumbest fucking name for the Empire. Because it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's a stupid fucking name. It should be the Empire of Sigmar. Like, really, it should just be the Empire. But, like, if you have to call it something, it should be the Empire of Sigmar. Because it's Sigmar's empire. He founded it. Calling it the Empire of Man makes no fucking sense. Like, that is such a stupid name. Because it's not the only human empire. Like, Bretonnia is a nation of men. Grand Cathay is an empire of men. So is Talea and Estalia and Araby. Like, there are so many nations of men. And they're like, oh, we're gonna call it the Empire of Man. Like, whatever fucking dipshit at Games Workshop called it that. Idiot. Shame on that man. Like, that's so, and it sounds way too 40k-ish. Like, it's like Empire of Man sounds like 40k. It should be the Empire of Sigmar. The Empire of Man makes no goddamn sense. Like, that's a terrible name. Terrible fucking name. Whoever did that was an idiot that does not, like, it's terrible. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's not that hard. Like, calling it the Empire of Man is completely nonsensical, and it doesn't explain what the faction is. That's the problem. That's like, instead of being... I hate that. It's just dumb. Like, that would be like, instead of calling Bretonnia, or like Knights of the Lady, it'd be like calling Bretonnia the Land of Knights. Like, okay, does nobody else have knights? It's debate 40k players? Probably. That's fair. That's fair. That's probably true. It is probably debate 40k players. But like, to be honest, most 40k, like, if 40k players, or space, I should say Space Marines, because 40k is very broad. Space Marine players, like, if Space Marine players are looking for a faction that is like very similar in a lot of ways, as far as like theming goes, like, Bretonnia is where they should go. Like, Bretonnia is kind of the Space Marine faction, because they are the superhuman faction. They are the humans that are uber. And then Warriors of Chaos. Chaos Spawn are going up to 50 by 50, so Chaos Spawn got chunky. Chaos Marauders are staying at 25 by 25. Oh, that's super interesting. That's weird. So Chaos Marauders are not getting a size increase, but you know what though? At the same time, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's actually going to do a good job of separating what Marauders are supposed to do versus Warriors. So I think that's actually a good thing. I think that's probably a good thing, to be honest. Because Marauders are supposed to be kind of your cheap hordish unit, whereas, you know, Warriors are your more elite. So yeah. I actually like that one. I think that's a good change. But Marauder Horsemen are 30 by 60. I don't understand. I don't. Okay, hold on. How are mounted yeomen the only? So, according to this article, which could just be wrong. Once again, it could just be a misprint. I'm gonna assume it's a misprint actually, because according to this article, literally the only light cavalry unit in the entire game that is on a different base size is the mounted yeoman. Pistoliers and Outriders, 30 by 60. Illyrian Reavers, 30 by 60. Chaos Marauder or Marauder Horsemen, 30 by 60. And yet mounted yeomen are listed as 25 by 50. What? Oh wait, are the Wolf Riders 25 by 50? Wolf Riders. Yes, okay. What? Okay, that is so weird. So, okay. So, Wolf Riders, Spider Riders, and Mounted Yeomen are an exclusive... I guess they're treating them more like war beasts? That's weird. Chaos Warhounds and Vampire Wolves, or Dire Wolves, are 25 by 50. Well, yeah, but those are war beasts. Like, that's not a cavalry unit. Cavalry is a different, like, classification. Whoa, look at this. A Chaos Warhound Handler? What is a Chaos Warhound Handler? I have never heard of that as a mini. Like, that did not exist in any edition of Warhammer that I ever played. Which I played 6th to 8th. And none of the other factions that have war beasts mention anything about handlers. Of, like, new handlers, I should say. Like, Skaven have always had handlers. But there's not, like, a dire wolf handler, is there? No, it's just regular dire wolves. So that's odd. I don't know why Chaos Warhounds suddenly have a handler now. That's whatever. All right. Professional dog walker. Mr. Pig, maybe some of these are because new models are on the way and they don't have to be changed later since Skaven are supposedly getting updated.
Hello, Sotek.
Maybe.
I don't play the tabletop, but it's cool to see news on the new models. I hope the larger base sizes means larger and more detailed sculpts.
But, like, my issue with that, Mr. Pig, is that it's not standardized across the various factions. Like, if it was, oh, well, they have bigger models, so they need bigger bases, that's why that particular unit has gotten larger, then why are Kroxigor still 40 by 40 when they have new models that should be on 50 by 50s? You know what I mean? When does the old world come out? Pre-orders start this Saturday. So that means, I think, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the current Games Workshop system is 2 weeks. Is it 2 weeks for pre-orders? Or is it 1 week? I know they were doing 2 weeks there for a bit. It's 2 weeks. Okay. Ish. Alright, so release is on the 20th. Alright. Yeah, so it's 2 weeks. Okay, so yeah, so pre-orders start this Saturday, and the game comes out on the 20th. Okay, some people are saying the 28th, but I think it's the 20th. Hey, AOS Coach, what's up, man? We are talking about how fucking nonsensical some of these base sizes are. I think the majority of them are fine. The majority are fine. But there are some that do not make any goddamn sense, and I'm hoping they're misprints. Otherwise, Games Workshop is probably going to have to put out an errata to fix them, because they just don't work. Like, they're just... GW is dumb. I don't think it's... Well, sometimes they're dumb, but I think it's more they're disorganized. Games Workshop tends to be very disorganized in my experience. Captain Piker, thank you so much for the 60 months. I don't play Sotek. It's cool to see the new models. Hope the larger base size means larger and more detailed sculpts. Me too. The more new sculpts we get, the happier I am. I am not someone that likes old sculpts. I think old sculpts are old and they should go in the landfill where they belong. And give me new sculpts that are prettier and more detailed and bigger and cooler. I know not everyone feels that way by any means of the imagination. I know there are lots of people that love the old sculpts, but I don't. Does Kislev or Cathay have an entry on the list? No. Okay, so hold on. There's something I require. Prepare yourselves. Prepare yourselves, chat. There's something I need. All right, let's talk about the old world for a minute. Yes, dragon ogres are part of the beastmen. Yes, that is actually a very interesting point. Yes, that is true. Dragon ogres have gone back to the beastmen. So, tinfoil hat time. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. When it comes to the old world, the goal is okay. So let's step out of, like, let's talk realistically for a second. All right, which is not quite as exciting. But let's talk realistic for a second. Realistically, right? Games Workshop, as we all know, follows the money. That's why it is, that's kind of why there's the whole thing of Space Marines are grossly oversupported to the point that they are choking out all of the other factions, and just making a mess. But the thing is, right? And also why, while I have my tinfoil hat on, I feel like female Space Marines are inevitable because they're going to follow the money. But anyways, moving on from that hot topic. So here's what is going to happen with the old world, I think. Old world is going to release, right? And it's starting off very, very conservatively. Like, the old world, to put it super bluntly, the old world is starting off so cautiously that it's kind of ridiculous how overly safe they're trying to be about it. Where the idea for them is to the idea is that they don't want to go all in because I really think they're not sure if people are gonna like the game, and if people are going to buy it. And so they don't want to go in too hard yet because they want to wait to see what the community response is going to be. And that's why we're starting off with such a kind of limp dick release, to be frank, where like the two glorious box sets that are supposed to announce the old world, both of them are 95% old minis. It's like if you buy like if you buy the Bretonia box set, you only are going to get access. The only new mini you get is the mounted character, right? So this guy, the character on Pegasus. No, where's the? Here it is. That's it. Like, you don't even get the new Foot Knights, right? It's literally every single one of these minis is old except for the Duke. That's it. If you buy the Tomb King box set, every single mini is old except for the Dragon, which comes with a free like bonus character. Because when you build the Dragon, you can I think maybe that character on foot is also new. But like the two starting box sets are very, very conservative releases. Like, they're not big fancy releases that are going to give you a bunch of new minis. They're designed for people who have never played Fantasy before. Because if you've played Fantasy back in the old days, there's a very good chance you have these minis. And if you're someone that's been like playing like AOS or whatever, then you might look at these and be like, oh, I don't like these sculpts very much. But like, it's a very, very conservative release right at the start. And I think what their goal is right now is to gauge interest. They want to see how many people are going to buy the books, how many people are going to buy the minis, how many people are going to get invested into this game. Once they have like an idea, I think that's when I think we're going to see the world really start to take off. Because even faction wise, the starting releases, once again, very conservative. There's only like, what, 9 factions at the start? See, what did they put it under? I want to say they put it under... I think it's on this one. Yeah, so there's only 9 factions at the start of the game. When Warhammer Fantasy blew up and ended, there were like 16. So let me tap into my tinfoil now, because I've just kind of had it on, but I haven't tapped into it yet. Mr. Pig, to be frank, even though being conservative will cost a giant amount of money due to how many models they're gonna have to make again, even if it doesn't pan out. Yeah, but they're not having to like make new sculpts or like get their sculptors to make new models. They don't have to make new art. Like, there's a lot of things they're able to skimp out on by just using the old stuff. So, all right. So here's the thing. I think this is what's going to happen. They're going to come out with these 9 factions, and they're going to spend, I'm going to say, if the game goes well, I think we're looking at about 1 to 2 years of just these 9 factions being the main focus of the story, where they're going to do their starting narrative, which part 1 of the old world, because the old world is like, granted, the old world's not going to be a point A to point B narrative. It's going to kind of like go places, but the initial part is called The War in the Border Princes, which they've already revealed. And it's mostly about Settra invading the Border Princes and maybe invading all the way up to Bretonnia. So what I think is going to happen is that they're going to come out and they're going to start by focusing on these 9 races. And then as the setting advances, they're going to start to bring in a mixture of an old race and then a new race. Now, the big thing I think for this is that when they started working on the old world map, they kind of tipped their hand already and showed that they have already filled out the map and the factions for Kislev and Grand Cathay, because of all the Total War hype, and they wanted to tap into it. But Kislev, we know for a fact, because they admitted it, like, I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago now, maybe longer, that they have already been working on Kisslevite miniatures. Like, they've already been working on like bear cavalry models and Kisslevite Ice Guard. They've been working on these minis. So they already exist. They're just not out yet. So I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna do a system of, we have our 9 starting factions, and then we're gonna bring in an old faction that people really want to have, and then we're going to bring in a new faction that people really want to have. So, like, let's say with them starting off with the Forces of Fancy and the Ravening Hordes, they're going to be like, okay, so you've got these factions. Now we're going to start by, okay, it's time for a big update. We're going to add, I don't know, we're going to add the Chaos Dwarfs. So, boom, here are your Chaos Dwarf faction. All right, now we're going to add a new faction. Boom, here's Kislev. All right, now we're going to do another old faction. Boom, here's the Skaven. All right, now we're going to do another new faction. And now, stick with me here. Boom, here's Talea, or like Estalia, or the Southern Realms. Or probably Grand Cathay is more realistic, as like a race they would add sooner rather than later. Or then, boom, an old faction. Boom, here's the Vampire Counts. Or here's the Lizardmen. Or here's the Dark Elves. Like, I genuinely think that the goal is to make Warhammer Fantasy fucking gigantic. But they do not want to tip their hand for as long as possible. They want to make it, they want to be absolutely sure that people are gonna buy this shit and that the game is gonna be popular, which in my opinion is ultimately gonna rely at first on how fun the game is to play. Granted, there's always the thing of that rules really don't matter in like the super long term, because rules always change. Like Games Workshop updates rules on such a regular basis. I mean, like 40k, like what, 40k is now going into like 10th or 11th edition, whatever the fuck it is. And like I feel like 40k was in 8th edition like 2 days ago, but they were like speed running certain editions. But I genuinely think that if the game performs well, which is going to depend a lot on its core rule set, that I really truly believe that the goal, the scheme, is to release everything, and to go like absolutely insane. I will say that I don't like Games Workshop starting strategy for the old world. I really don't like that they're kind of coming out the gate and being like, look, here's nostalgia bait. Look at all this nostalgia. Don't you like, look at all these minis from back when you were like 20 years younger and your knees didn't hurt and your back didn't like cramp as much and you could actually run for more than like 2 minutes without having to suck wind. Like, you remember those days? Here are those minis. Because I think the thing I don't like about their current strategy is that it's appealing to like people who used to play fantasy, who might be drawn back into it, which I really don't think is the best. I don't think that's the best audience, because a lot of those people are going to be like, hey, what about the end times though? Like, how do I know you're not going to abandon the setting again because it's not your fucking bullshit Space Marine garbage trash? Like, how do I know that you're not just going to like burn everything down again and throw a big temper tantrum? And like Games Workshop can't realistically like assure those people. Like, they just can't. Like, I don't think it would be fair to say like for those old, to like call out old players. Like, I think they should be suspicious. Meanwhile, like at the same time, for newer players, I think a lot of the old minis do not hold up very well. Like, when I look up like the old Tomb King models, I think the Tomb King infantry are fine. Like, I don't mind the skeleton warriors, but like I think the skeleton horsemen or like the skeleton chariots, I think they look terrible. They look absolutely awful, and you have to buy like a ton to play this game. That's the other thing, is that it looks like the points are gonna be pretty low for like on a per model basis. So the armies are gonna be pretty big, because they've already confirmed, I can take this off now. They've already confirmed that the where is it? Hold on. No, stop. They've already confirmed that the new starter sets are like 1,250 points, I think. Which 1,250 points is not bad by any means. Like, for the price, like I think these are about like $200-ish, $220-ish. If you've like never played Warhammer before and you're like, oh wow, I really want to get all this stuff, like I get the templates, I get the rule book, I get all the minis. Like, I actually think the box is not bad value if you're okay with the minis. But at the same time, like, this is not going to be a full-sized army, right? Like, this is a 1,250 point army, which is a little over half of what you need. You know, this is like 66% or like 65% of what you are wanting. The box suffers from overseas inflation. Yeah, I'll say this a million times. I'll shout it until the sun blows up. Games Workshop's bullshit about that they only want factories, like their model factories and stuff, in England, so that they then end up charging like just a bullshit amount of money to anyone outside of England, is absolutely garbage. Like, there should be factories in the United States and there should be factories in Australia. Because it would make the game so much more affordable for people outside of England. Because, like, the US, it's not that bad. Europe's not terrible. Well, granted, Europe's, like, right there. But, like, the Canadian prices, the Australian prices, the, like, New Zealand prices are fucking insane. Like, oh my god, they're insane. Because, like, if you just take the UK price, right? Like, if you take a starter box price in British pounds and you just do the pure conversion rate of that to US dollars, it's like, it's still significantly cheaper than what you're actually going to be paying. But Games Workshop is super, like, a fucking British companies, dude. Fucking nightmare garbage. All right. Anyway, I will say to just move on, because there are other things I want to talk about today. I will say for the old world, I'm still very, very, very excited. I think the new minis are absolutely gorgeous, and I would like to buy them. I am so fucking scared for my wallet. Also, real quick, I need to get caught up on things. Alif, thank you for the super chat. Wasn't the largest army size a major problem that led to GW killing Warhammer Fantasy in the first place? So, okay, this is something I think that's worth addressing. Why did Warhammer Fantasy die? There's a lot of people who will come up to you and claim that they know the reasons. And in my experience, which is pretty decent, and especially having gotten to talk to, like, a lot of people that worked at Games Workshop at the time and some fairly high up individuals at the time, a lot of the arguments that people will come at you for is just, it's bullshit. There are a lot of factors that play into it. There are a lot of smaller factors that are very fair to point out. So, like, were the rules very complicated? Yes. Which made it more difficult for new players to get involved. Were armies very expensive in 8th edition? Yes. Which, once again, made it more difficult for new players to get involved. And Games Workshop was also trying to... The rules in 8th edition in particular were really, really predatory, because the rules were designed in 8th not to make a good game, but to try and force people that were playing Warhammer Fantasy to buy more minis. And instead of just releasing more minis, or like releasing new sculpts, like updating old sculpts, or releasing new sculpts, or, you know, doing things that would really get the player base involved, instead, Games Workshop tried to change the rules so that you were forced to buy more minis through what was called a horde gameplay system. And it was absolute garbage. Like, it was really predatory and was really gross and played a significant role in killing the game. Balance was also a really major issue in 8th edition fantasy and 7th edition fantasy. A lot of the rule systems just got completely fucking out of whack, which made certain armies just so non-competitive to the point that people didn't want to play them. And then the last thing is, and the biggest in my opinion, which granted, take it with a grain of salt, just like how I said everyone else's opinions are kind of like eh. Mine is also pretty eh, which is they didn't support the game. Like, Games Workshop just did not support Warhammer Fantasy well at all. When Warhammer Fantasy died, you have to remember that the CEO and the people that were calling the shots at that time in Games Workshop were really, really shitty people. They were money-grubbing assholes. It was a horrible time period for everything Warhammer related. All of the, like, specialty games got canceled and stopped being supported. Warhammer Fantasy died, and 40K was also in a really bad place. It was just not good. And it's because the people in control of the company didn't give a fuck about the actual games at all. They didn't care about the people that played the games. They didn't care about the stories and the lore. They were like, we're a toy company and we're here to sell toys and fuck everything else. And that's why they pretty much drove the company into the toilet. and all of them got sacked, and they brought in a lot of the old guard who started fixing things. This is also why when Age of Sigmar started, Age of Sigmar was like super trash. I love Age of Sigmar. I love Age of Sigmar. It is so fun. It is my favorite game. I honestly don't know if I'm going to enjoy Fantasy Old World as much as I enjoy AOS tabletop. But when AOS started, it was absolute horseshit. It was like one of the worst games I've ever seen in my life. The system just didn't work. And it was because of that same old guard. They're gone now. And I blame them for the death of fantasy over everything else. Because, like, here's the other thing, right? A lot of people are like, oh, well, fantasy wasn't popular and people didn't want to buy it. But that's not true. Because when the end times started, nobody knew the end times was actually going to blow up the world. Like, we all thought it was just as someone who lived through it, most people thought it was just a new Storm of Chaos campaign, and that it was going to be this big epic narrative that would change the world a bit, but ultimately, like, the world would survive and we would just be in 9th edition, right? Like, that was what everybody thought, pretty much. Until, like, I think, like, book 4, when all the rumors started coming out really heavily about AOS and stuff. But when the end times started, Warhammer Fantasy made bank. It made so much, like, it sold out constantly. You could not get end time shit for the life of you. I remember how fucking stressful it was trying to get the end times books or any of the end times minis because they sold out like instantly, constantly. I had to go through like special orders and jump through fucking hoops just to get the Glotkin book because it sold out so fast in like multiple places. Once like we hit like Kane, I think that's when a lot of the rumors that like, oh no, like they're actually going to destroy the setting, they're actually going to blow up the setting, started really coming out. And that's when everyone was like, oh fuck, like let's not buy any of this. But anyway, so Hammond, thank you for the bits, by the way. What did Ramses the Great say to the rambunctious sun god Settra? Yeah, thank you. But that's enough on that. I will say I very much hope the old world is super successful. I think the rules are looking really strong so far. Obviously I haven't got to see them myself. Unfortunately, I'm not one of the cool kids that got early access, because Games Workshop doesn't like me, I guess. But there are people that have already gotten early access, and are hopefully going to be putting out videos probably starting on Saturday, I think, usually. I can't remember if they put it out when pre-order start or if they put it out the week after, but in any event, videos will start coming out like really going over all the rules. And I'm so far, I think the rules look really solid. I'm glad the game is not too dumbed down. Like, it looks like it's gonna be the most complex of the Games Workshop games. Maybe I don't know how complex Horus Heresy is, so maybe I shouldn't say that. But you know, I'm excited for it. I hope Games Workshop properly supports it this time and that it really has the chance to flourish. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm definitely going to buy all the books, which is going to cost me like $200 at least, I think. Because it's like $70 for the core rulebook, and then I think it's $50 for the Forces of Order, or the Forces of Fantasy and the Ravening Hordes. So that's $170. And then I think both of the Arcane Tomes are like 30 books each, so it's going to be like $230 before tax or whatever. It's going to be outrageously. Plus, I want the special edition Lords of the Lances book, which is another $75, I think. So, like, fuck me. It's going to be like $300 worth of purchases, which I'm not looking forward to. That being said, for anyone that is new to the hobby, I think there are going to be way, way, way cheaper ways to get involved. I do think that the big box sets are actually fantastic value, considering you get the core rulebook, all of the like templates and the dice and everything, and you also get like a pretty impressive amount of minis. If you're really a big fan of Bretonnia or Tomb Kings, I would heavily recommend. I think those boxes are really good for starting off. That being said, they are also a lot. Like it's just a lot of minis, which could be very intimidating, I think, for new people. I am curious if they're gonna do big boxes like that for the other main factions as well. Like, are they gonna do a Wood Elf box, or a High Elf box, and an Empire box, and all that stuff? I hope they do. But I will definitely be doing a lot of YouTube videos covering the new setting, and all of the lore as well as the gameplay. Like, I really want to do a lot of like battle reports on Texas, or on TTS, not TTS, tabletop set. Yes, TTS. So I really want to do a lot of battle reports on Tabletop Simulator, and I also want to do a lot of in-person battle reports. Though obviously it's going to be a little bit of a like to do that at first, because I have to do like so much rebasing, or like other shenanigans. Where can you find the new book? All of the books are going to be on Games Workshop's website, starting this Saturday. Who are the bloodline vampire leaders at the time of the old world? So it depends. We don't know which version of the lore Games Workshop is going with yet for the vampire counts. So in 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy, the lore states that Manfred von Karstein did not actually die at Helfin. He just pretended to die. So he was defeated, but instead of actually dying and being dead for like the next 200 years or 300 years, he just kind of pretended to die, and then he snuck away and he went off and did a bunch of other things before he came back later, which explained why he got like a huge power boost as well. But in every single edition before that, he actually like dies at Helfin, and he's resurrected on accident by Gotrek and Felix. So I don't know which version they're going to go with. If they go with the 8th edition version, which was the most recent canon, then Manfred von Karstein is still alive and is the head of the von Karstein bloodline. If they're going to go with the old lore, I have no fucking idea who will be leading the von Karstein bloodline, because all of the important ones are dead. By the time the old world has already started, the vampire wars have been over for like decades. So like Manfred, Conrad, Vlad, and Isabella are all dead, as well as every single one of Vlad's firstborn, first generation kiddos. So like Felix and not Gotrek Felix, the vampire Felix, and the other like 3 or 4 of them. So it would be like some random ass guy. And then for the other bloodlines, I don't remember if Zacharias has been turned yet. I don't think he has. Hold on, let me check. It might be in here, or I might have to look up a different little thing. Let's see. When does Zacharias do his whole thingamajigger? Oh yeah, no. Zacharias hasn't even been like born yet. So the head of the Necrarch bloodline would be Melchior. So Melchior would be the head of the Necrarchs. Some random asshole would be the head of the von Karsteins, unless they go with the 8th edition lore, which I hope they do. In which case, Manfred von Karstein would be the head of the bloodline. For the Blood Dragons, Wallach Harkin is going to be the head of the bloodline, which Wallach Harkin is actually on the map. Hold on, let me show y'all. In case y'all have not seen this, if you go to theoldworld.com, there's an interactive map, which is actually super fucking awesome, because it explains a lot of what's going on. And if you look down here, in the ruins of Ulfrea, there is a Border Prince faction, which is Harkin. And it is a blood red chalice with drops of blood going into it, surrounded by red thorns, and it's a vampire count. So this is the vampire shield, and it's Lord Harkin. The origins of Lord Harkin and the tales of how he came to reside in the ruins of Ulfrere, shrouded in mystery. Very few denizens of the border princes venture near his darkened keep. This is literally Wallach Harkin, not Luther. Luther is very far away. But yeah, so this is Wallach Harkin right here, because Wallach Harkin has already been kicked out of Bloodkeep. Bloodkeep was put under siege in like 21. Oh god, when was it? It was like, was it? Oh no, it was 1887. Oh nope, that's when he took Bloodkeep. 1946. There it is. So 1946 of the Imperial calendar is when Bloodkeep is destroyed by like a big combined army. And Wallach Harkin gets chased out, and he doesn't come back for like many hundreds of years. Wallach Harkin returns in when does he go home? Huh. He goes home at some point. I don't know when, off the top of my head, but not during the old world. During the old world, he's basically exiled. So this is I am 99% sure this is Wallach Harkin, which is cool because that means Wallach might actually become a playable character very, very early, which would be awesome for the Blood Dragons to get like their big bad in the setting. Giga Gogantes, thank you so much for the 38 months, by the way. Or 28 months, sorry. I really appreciate it. What time is the old world? The old world is official. We have an official start date. The old world officially starts in 2276 of the Imperial calendar. And the old world will wrap up. Well, if the goal is to go all the way to the Great War against Chaos and like the end of it, then the old world's kind of like end scenario is in 2304 of the Imperial calendar. Where's Luther Harkin right now? He should be in Lustria by now. On the Vampire Coast. Is the timeline around one of the Red Duke invasions? No. The Red Duke has already been defeated for the first time. And I believe the Red Duke is already... I don't think he's resurrected yet. I want to say he's still sealed away. When does the Red Duke break out? Red Duke. Where is he? Oh no. Okay, yeah, no. Nope, yeah, he's out and about. The Red Duke was freed in 1932 of the Imperial calendar. So when the old world starts, the Red Duke is somewhere in the forest of Chalons. We don't know where, but he's out there somewhere. Is Rapunce around? No. Rapunce happened about 200 years before the old world begins. But that being said, it is very, very unlikely that Rapunce is still alive because she would be over 200 years old at this point, which even for a Grail Knight would be a lot. And it's not said whether or not Rapunce ever got the Grail. I think she did, but it's never directly stated if she got to drink from the Grail. But she was the Duke or Duchess in this case of Lyonesse for a long time. But 200 years is a little too long. So I think she's died of old age by this point. But let me finish answering your question. So of the big bad, of the bloodlines, who is in charge of each bloodline that we know of? So the von Karsteins are probably going to be led by Manfred von Karstein, who is in hiding. Luther Harkin, or God damn it, Wallach Harkin, we can see is right here on the starting map for the old world. He is in exile in the ruined city, the ruins of Ulfrere, where he has a big nasty castle hidden deep within the Forest of Gloom. and he is the head of the Blood Dragon bloodline, functionally, because Abarash is off doing Zen monk shit.
Holy Artist 95 cheered. X100.
The Lamians are, of course, led by Neferata, and Neferata is way up here-ish. She would be in... There's Kadran. She'd be in this ballpark somewhere, still in the Silver Pinnacle by this point. She's been in the Silver Pinnacle for like a super long time. Then there is Melchior, which Melchior's tower is in the Forest of Shadows up here. So Melchior is somewhere in this ballpark. So Melchior is in the Forest of Shadows where he is hanging out in his tower, and he is the head of the Necrarch bloodline. And then last but not least are the Strigoi. Both Vorag and Ushoran are dead at this point. And here you can actually see Vorag's fortress is already marked on the map. So the fortress of Vorag is way over here by itself, really close to the mouth of Ruin, where the River Ruin empties out into the Sea of Storms. So Vorag has already died. Ushoran has already died. That being said, it's very possible either one of them will return, because it would not be difficult for them to be resurrected. I could say with extreme confidence Ushoran will not be in the old world, because Ushoran is an active character in Age of Sigmar, and he's so big, like he's fucking colossal. He's beautiful mini. I love his design. So I think if the Strigoi get a character, it's probably going to be somebody new, or it might be Vorag Bloody Tooth gets resurrected. I don't think they'll bring back Ushoran though for fantasy. I think they'll let him be the Age of Sigmar stuff. And then Count Noctilus has not done his thing yet. Count Noctilus is not going to perform his big ritual and take over the Maelstrom for like a good another 100 years at least. Luther Harkin for the Vampire Coast is already in Lustria by this point. And yeah, that about does it for the vampires. Obviously there's Jade vampires, but we don't know anything about them yet. Also, guys, check this out. Look how fucking cool this is. There are human tribes. There are human Southland tribes confirmed. Obviously, we don't know anything about them yet, but they exist. So we have the Athiopos tribes, which are humans. And then the Zamisi tribes. So we've got like actual Southlands humans that are not associated with Araby or Nehekara, which is pretty cool. I really, really hope they eventually become playable factions, because that would be fucking awesome. Give me an African inspired Warhammer Fantasy faction. No, they're not Amazons. Amazons are Lustria. Other side of the planet. What's the Scorpion? That's Kasabar, which is a Tomb King faction-ish. What about the custom bloodline? So Matmasi's bloodline, which does not have an official name, is somewhere in the jungles of the Southlands. Supposedly. We don't know where they are. We literally know nothing about them, because the whole point of the 7th bloodline was supposed to be that they're not supposed to be explored, because they're supposed to be, you're supposed to be able to customize them to be whatever you want. So obviously if they were to make them, explored, then that would kind of interrupt that. Mr. Bourne, thank you for gifting a sub. I really appreciate it. Could I name all Settra's titles? No, because I like being able to breathe. Nakaf is able to do it because he's undead, and he cheats because he doesn't have to breathe anymore. That guy Sotek, would Slaanesh be the most influential chaos god in Bretonnia? I could see a demon taking advantage of a knight's oaths and trying to replace the lady in their hearts and souls. I would say that you could make a very reasonable argument that Slaanesh would hold an incredible amount of sway in Bretonnia, yes. I think when you're looking at Bretonnia, the most influential god when it comes to like chaos god, the most tempting chaos god, I should say, when it comes to the knights, would either be Khorne or Slaanesh. I think would be the most reasonable expectation. But I would say Slaanesh is the most likely. Nurgle would, love the... Nurgle and Tzeentch would be among the peasants, definitely. Mr. Pig actually isn't Noctilus of von Karstein, so he could be the named character. So, yes. Count Noctilus, his original name, his original vampire name, is Nicholas von Karstein. However, he changes his name to Count Noctilus when he does the whole teleport his castle thing. So he could appear in the old world if they kind of wanted to have a cool thing there, but I don't think they would make him a playable character. I think he would make more of like a cameo appearance. Like he would show up kind of somewhere, and people would be like, oh my god, look, it's Count Noctilus, oh my god, and kind of like a little reference thing. I don't think he would be the main focus though. Wasn't Khorne supposed to be about brotherhood and loyalty before it got corrupted? No. Khorne is a god of rage and anger.
Cheered.
That is what he is in truth. That's what he's always been.
Are the most like the Chaos Gods but don't corrupt as easily?
What order factions are most like the Chaos Gods but don't corrupt as easily? I mean, I would probably argue the undead in general. You said order factions. I mean, you could probably argue that the High Elves would be the closest to Slaanesh, obviously, because elves are elves, and they can't help themselves. Grand Cathay or the Lizardmen would probably be the most closely aligned to Tzeentch, with the whole thing of constantly like forcing change upon the world and trying to like skew fate to the way they want it to be, without being, hopefully without being corrupted by it. And then I would say that the most Khornate faction of the order races, like as far as order races that are just going to get stuck in and fight and kind of exult in violence, would probably be the Dwarfs, to be honest. You could argue Kislev, but I would probably say Dwarfs. And then Nurgle, the whole thing about like stagnation and despair and disease and plague. Like, although it's going to sound like a meme, I don't mean it in a memey way, but probably Bretonia, because Bretonia is an incredibly stagnant kingdom. It is immensely stagnant. And like the peasantry are just kind of like rife for all of that nightmare-ish. Oh, I apologize for those of you on Twitch. I don't have my redeems up. I'm so sorry. I totally forgot to pull those up where I could see them. All right, I'll answer. Okay, so before we do any more lore chat, because I'm happy to do lore chat for the rest of the stream if y'all want to do that. But before we go any further on that, what I do want to say, do I have sound alerts on? Yeah. What I do want to say is, because I saw some people asking about it, have I seen it's not a leak. Like, you could argue it's a leak. I don't consider it a leak. But have I seen the thing about the Shadows of Change update stuff? Yes, I have. It's very exciting. I will do a video on it because fuck it. There's no content creator program right now, so I'm not, I'm not going to go to CA and be like, can I talk about this? I'm just going to do it. I'm super excited. For those that have not seen it, we've basically got confirmation that there's going to be there's going to be at least one new legendary hero being added to Shadows of Change, which is Narieska, who is the Golden Knight. So she is, how do I describe her? She's, if you know who Ludwig Schwarzhelm is, she's the Ludwig Schwarzhelm of Kislev. So she is the super badass champion knight of Katarin. We know a little tiny bit about her character, and she's really badass. which is that she is the primary martial champion of Katerin, and she is Naryaska is the daughter of the previous Golden Knight, though she is considered to be an even better warrior than her father was. And her suit of armor, the reason she's called the Golden Knight is because it is tradition for the champions of the Tsar and Tsarina to have a completely custom forged suit of golden armor that is enchanted. So Naryaska's armor was forged and personally enchanted by Katerin herself. So I suspect she is going to be one hell of a fucking badass. And she will definitely be a legendary hero. There ain't no fucking way she's gonna be a lord. She's gonna be a full-on legendary hero. And she should be a pretty big badass, and I'm very excited.
Holy Artist 95 cheered. X100. She's already in a Mixu's Lord mod.
There is a interpretation of her in Mixu's lore mod, yes.
The red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Tech, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Grandmaster Sage. I appreciate it. Gold is actually a really bad metal for armor. Not when it's enchanted. If you're actually wanting to make enchanted armor, gold is incredible for that, because gold is like a massive conductor of magic. So if your goal is to make an enchanted suit of armor, gold is a prime material, because the magic is going to take to it relatively easily, which means that you use enchantments to make the armor obscenely tough rather than relying on the base material. Is the official model of her cool? She does not have an official model. So we have no idea what the Golden Knight looks like. We have zero idea. There's no art of her, there's no model. She's a brand new character. We have one lore snippet about her, which I just told you, from Total War Warhammer 3. Franz has Gromril. Why doesn't the Golden Knight? Well, presumably because Kislev has a tradition around the whole gold thing, and Kislev also does not have nearly as friendly a relationship with dwarves as the Empire does. And dwarves are very, very stingy about Gromril. You don't just get Gromril, guys. Like, Gromril is super fucking rare. It's literally star metal, right? It's metal from fucking space, essentially. If you want to get super technical about it, I think there's a very reasonable argument that what Gromril actually is the metal that the old ones used to build their stargates, that when they blew up, they fell to the planet, but that's beside the point. But the vast majority of humans can't even work Gromril. But, like, Kislev does not have any Gromril, outside of, like, very specific individuals. No legendary lord for Cathay. Cathay already has 3 legendary lords. They're doing fine on legendary lords. I'm sure they'll get another one at some point, but they're fine for the moment. Now, will Kislev get a legendary hero? I said Kislev again. I meant Cathay. Will Cathay get a legendary hero? That's the real question. I bet they will. And I'm very excited. I fucking love legendary heroes. I know some people don't like them, but I fucking love them. I think legendary heroes are so kick-ass. Did I mention Skaven, or are the rat people just a myth? Can we get one of the Witch Hunter mods to take Sickness 610 out back
Almighty Settra,
and take care of it? Because he's raving about ratmen living beneath the streets.
The King of Kings, Opener of the Way, Wielder of the Divine Flame,
gives me a minute to drink.
Punisher of Nomads, the Great Unifier, Commander of the Golden League.
Oh, Twitch, or the what's her face? Our delightful Streamlabs voice gave up. Why does it never work? Because even the bot cannot handle all of Settra's glorious titles. It ran out of breath. And the lore is Grom alive? No, Grom has not
Holy
happened
Artist
yet.
95 cheered. X100. Will you do a mod stream with mods and talk about the lord behind the people? And if so, how much might it cost for you to do that?
Sure. Yeah. 25 gift subs. I don't know. Sure, we'll go with that number. I actually have been playing with quite a few, or I've been messing around with quite a few mods because I want to start doing like mod review videos, but not do it like I did the Famir one where I made the mod makers like really upset because they got really angry when I said that they weren't making lore accurate mods, even though they weren't. But you know, I should have worded it better. I think the people who don't like legendary heroes would rather have legendary lords. Yes, that is correct. Which, you know, that's their opinion. That's fine. But that being said, there are some mods right now that are fucking insane. Like obviously I would like to do like some videos on it and stuff, but like the old world mod, fucking crazy good. There are certain things I don't like about it, but it's just my personal preference. Also, the fact that Grimgor starts in Albion is so fucking weird. Grimgor should start in Red Eye Mountain. I don't understand why Grimgor is not in Red Eye Mountain. That is like my biggest beef with that mod. Also, it misspells dwarfs in a couple places, but that's a very minor nitpick. Holy artist. Gary gifted 30 subs. He called my bluff. Well, fuck. All right. First of all, thank you. Super fucking generous. All right, holy artist, let's do it this way. What? Okay, can I give you? Is there a specific mod, or can I give you a list of mods that I am enjoying, and would you like to pick one? But thank you. That is a fuck ton of mods. When is the stream planned? I mean, we could do it super soon. Some characters are better off as legendary heroes. Yes, 100%. Yep. I mean, my thing is that I think every faction should have access to at least one legendary hero. You can shoot a message about Discord. Yeah, feel free. That works great. We can hash it out there. How far away are we from Grom in the old world? Grom happens in, I want to say like 100 years. I want to say he happens in like 2420, but let me double check. Greenskins. Orcs, how is Andy doing? I can't say for sure. He's doing his best to heal up. He's still very ill. You know, so please keep him in your thoughts and prayers if you're into that. You know, if you're if there's a force in the universe you think you have any pull with that you can appeal to for Andy to make a swift and healthy recovery, please do. Please do. Let's see. Grom, yes. Oh, nice. I knew that off the top of my head. I'm proud of myself. So yeah, so 2420 of the Imperial calendar is Grom the Paunch. And then 2512 of the Imperial calendar is Azhag. So Grom the Paunch is not for 150 years after the old world is going to begin. So Grom the Paunch is long way away. And Azhag is like almost 200 years away, or over 200 years away. So you probably won't see either of them, at least for a while. What happened to Andy? He got COVID. He got COVID, but you know, it's yeah. So feathers for Zongors. They need beaks. I can live without the feathers, but I need the fucking beaks. Especially, did y'all see? There is literally concept art from Total War, like from Creative Assembly. There is Creative Assembly concept art of Zongors with beaks. And they didn't do it. Fucking give them the beaks. Give them beaks. Or cloacas or whatever the fuck. Just make them more birdie. I hope Cathay get the engineer guy's legendary hero. That would be pretty awesome. Master Shihong. Yeah, Shihong, the Master Artificer of Nangao, would be a great character. Blame GW? I don't think it's necessarily GW's fault. It could be. It could be GW's fault. but I have not had that confirmed for me one way or the other. We need new greenskin characters? But chat, we already have a new greenskin character. Have y'all not bowed down to your new war boss at the start of the old world? If you go to the Pale Sisters, you'll meet your new war boss. So the leader of the Gray Mountains, like, see this oh wait, you can't see that. Here we go. See this massive amount of fucking greenskin tribes that are about to, that have already, like, if you look on this map, you'll see that Corone is already smoking, because Corone is either under siege or has been sacked. I think it's under siege. But the Pale Sisters and all the these Upper Gray Mountains are led by War Boss Spinecracker and his massive wah. So that's actually our first greenskin character for the old world is War Boss Spinecracker, who is a orc war boss. It's pretty cool. Zongor should get a range attack where they throw eggs at their opponents. They're fucking birds, not a Yoshi. What currently existing would one use for a greenskin war boss in the old world? If you want a model that's for sale at this exact moment in time, located entirely within your kitchen, they're going to be releasing a lot of classic sculpts, so you could get one of the classic sculpts. But if you're like, I need something now, I would recommend, let me see here. I really hate the way the new website is organized. Like, I miss the old website. It was so much easier to organize, or to navigate. If you wanted a new war boss that would be good for Warhammer Fantasy, I'd recommend this guy right here. The Warhammer Plus 1 year anniversary model, which is Bazdrog Neckchoppa, because what's really cool about this sculpt is that this sculpt is based on Grimgor Ironhide. So, like, if you look at the original Grimgor Ironhide mini, this is the old Grimgor mini, right? Where he's got his axe held out and he's holding like some dude's head. It's the same pose. Like, it's directly inspired by the Grimgor Ironhide mini. So if you want a war boss character who would work really, really well, pick him. He's very muscular. He's got a lot of armor. The big thing though is obviously you probably want to paint it differently. But he's even got one eye, just like Grimgor. Like, he's got the metal patch over his eye. This is such a painfully Grimgor Ironhide model that it's not even funny. There's also any of the Savage Orc minis would work great. So you got like the Wurzag model or the Wardock. The Mega Boss would be fine if you want someone who's got kind of like some beast themes going on. Like, he's got the big skull. Headraka's Mad Mob would be good to pick up if you really like Savage Orcs. They'd be really cool. Is Grimgor alive during the old world? Yes. Grimgor Ironhide is like 3,000 years old. He's old as fuck. So Grimgor Ironhide is already around at this point. Is he going to show up in the old world? I have no fucking idea. Maybe. Oh, this would also be a really kick-ass... this is an actual Black Orc mini. So for the old world, this would also make for a great war boss if you want him to have like a lot more weapons. And he's got like the classic Tusk faceplate. So this is the Ardboy Big Boss. And it's a little cheaper. It's only like 35 bucks only. So this would make a really, really, really good war boss for Warhammer Fantasy. Other good minis would be the Savage Big Boss, who is still sold with a square base, which is hilarious. So the Savage Big Boss is obviously just an old fantasy sculpt. And then Zogrok would make for a really unique model because he's like a smith is his whole thing. He's a greenskin smith. But I think this would also work really, really well. Especially because you could kind of play this off like a magic weapon, where he's got like the molten sword. But it's just a really badass mini, so you could do that. Yeah, so any of those I think would work good for you. Anything that's an Ardboy. Ardboys are just black orcs. So this is the Ardboy Big Boss, and then there's also an Ardboy unit, but I don't see them. Where are the Ardboys? They're not brutes. Where are the Ardboys? Oh, they're there. So these are the new black orcs. So like, if you want to collect greenskins, you can pick these up right now. I think you get 10 in a box. So these are the new black orc minis. They're really pretty. Yeah, Grimgor Ironhide. So granted, this could be retconned, but according to what lore we have, Grimgor Ironhide is from the original Black Orc Rebellion against the Chaos Dwarfs. So he's been around for like a little over 3,000 years-ish. And that's also why he's like so fucking huge. Like, a lot of people don't understand how big Grimgor is. Because one of the things that makes me roll my eyes in the back of my head, like, all the time, is people think that the greenskins of fantasy are, like, way weaker than the greenskins of 40k, and that's just not fucking true at all. It's just that the 40k universe, for some reason, has greenskins that magically, like, survive easier. I don't understand how, but fantasy, they tend to die more. Grimgor's like 12 feet tall. Grimgor is fucking colossal, dude. He's as big as a troll, if not bigger. And you have to keep in mind, right? When I say Grimgor is like 12 feet tall, I don't mean that he's like standing straight at his full height. Grimgor is wearing so much fucking armor that is so heavy that he's basically kind of like compressed. Like he has a greenskin posture, right? So he stands really hunched over, and his body is being kind of like crunched down, so to speak. Hunch, thank you. He has a hunched posture, and his body is being kind of pressed down on by all of his armor. If Grimgor was to stand up, like, all the way up, and, like, really show off his size, he would be monstrously huge. Like, somewhere in the ballpark of, like, 14 to 18 feet big. Like, he would be fucking huge. But because he stands like an orc, and he also has, like, a ridiculous amount of armor just, like, crunching him down, he's big as fuck, dude. Like, I know 40k fans aren't gonna like it, but like Grimgor would crump the shit out of a Space Marine. he would crump him real good. He's a big boy. Gorfang has more armor. Gorfang has a helmet and a shield, so in that sense he has more armor. I don't think that Gorfang actually has like thicker armor, so to speak. Do goblins get bigger as they age too? Yeah, not as dramatically, but they do. Scarsnake has grown considerably larger from how big he originally was. Scarsnake's original name was literally Durunt because he was almost as big as a snotling. Or he was almost as small as a snotling, I should say. But if you look at Scarsnake now, he's considerably larger. Grimgor versus Scarbrand, who takes it? It would be a hell of a fight, but I honestly think Grimgor would beat Scarbrand. Gouger couldn't get through Gorfang's armor. Dwarf Gouger wouldn't get through Grimgor's armor either. Like, he just has too much. It's too thick. But yeah, like a lot, I think a lot of people think that the 40k greenskins and the fantasy greenskins are a lot more different than they actually are. They're very similar. At least the orcs. The orcs are very similar. Goblins and Gretchens seem to be fairly different. Is Grimgor alive in Age of Sigmar? Maybe? No, but maybe. I personally believe very strongly, based on hints that they have kind of layered around, I believe that Grimgor was reincarnated by Gorka Morka as Gordrak. Gordrak, the Fist of Gork. Because Gordrak, granted, it's whether Gordrak is telling the truth, which is very dubious. But Gordrak literally just appeared one day. Like, he just showed up out of nowhere. And was already like a fucking colossal, terrifying uber orc that looks suspiciously similar to Grimgor. And he also literally has Grimgor's axe split down the middle. Like, if you took his axe and you went like that, right? You split it perfectly down into two axes instead of just one double-headed axe. He's literally just Grimgor. And like the creation myth behind Gordrak, the Fist of Gork, is that when Gorka Morka was rampaging around the mortal realms near the end of the Age of Chaos, Gorka Morka was attacking a Chaos Dreadfort, which is like a giant Chaos fortress, and he literally punched it into like oblivion. So like, imagine walking up to a Chaos fortress that's bigger than any city that we have in our, like, just like bigger than any castle you could possibly imagine, right? This thing's like, it's like more like a hive city than anything else. And imagine a giant double-headed orc god walks up and goes, "Rah!" Just punches the shit out of it. When Gorka Morka punched it, it is what is implied to have happened is that when Gorka Morka smashes the Chaos Dreadfort with his fist, because the fort is like so massive and spiky and corrupted by chaos and yada yada yada, it causes a teeny tiny cut in Gorka Morka's like finger or thumb or whatever, or like, you know, like if you punch something and your knuckles bleed. Like, Gorka Morka punched it so hard that he flattened it, but it caused him to bleed a little bit, and that little bit of his godly essence that like leaked out became Gordrak. So like, Gordrak was kind of like birthed from the god Gorka Morka, which is like Gork and Mork as one entity. And that's Grimgor. So like, granted, take this with a grain of salt. It's not confirmed. It's just a theory based on little nuggets they've left around. But I believe Gordrak, the Fist of Gork, is quite literally just Grimgor reincarnated through the godly essence of Gorka Morka. Now, if you think that's dumb, that's totally fine. But that's what I genuinely believe he is. Fernando Corona, thank you so much for the super chat. Think we'll see any lost dwarf holds or technology in the old world? Yes. If you actually look at the old world map. So one of the things they're doing in the old world that I'm super excited about is that they're introducing sub-factions. So like for Bretonnia, right? They've already confirmed that Bretonnia has 3 sub-factions. There's main Bretonnia, so like regular Bretonnia, which is like you pick a duchy, right? So you pick like Brionne or whatever, and that's your faction. There's the Renegade Knights, which Renegade Knights or Exiled Knights mean that you're going to be playing a knightly faction that's been banished or exiled. So they're like a Border Prince faction that is mostly Bretonnia themed, but they've already confirmed that it's going to allow you to play Bretonnia, but you get to bring black powder weapons. So you can have like cannons or handgunners and shit, because, you know, your honor is a little, I don't necessarily need to I don't need to listen to all of the laws of chivalry. Like, obviously the knight themselves are not going to use gunpowder weapons because they're still holding to it with that, but they're at least willing to allow gunpowder weapons into their armies. So you have Renegade Knights, and then the final one are the Crusader Knights. So you can play a Crusader faction of Bretonians, And if you choose Crusaders as your subfaction, you get to have like all knights. So it's like you're really not gonna have any peasants. It's just pure knight spam. But you'll have like other restrictions. So I believe with the dwarfs, they're gonna do the same thing because of this right here. Norse dwarves. The Norscan dwarves, I think, are going to play a very big role in the old world, and I believe that when we get the Dwarven Realms Arcane Tome is what they're calling them. I believe the Dwarven Realms Arcane Tome is going to let you have Norscan dwarves as a playable faction. Maybe not right at the beginning, but eventually, because the War in the Mountains is that the Norscan dwarves play a huge fucking role in the Great War Against Chaos. The Great War Against Chaos is a like massive fucking deal. So I think that Krakadrak and Kraka the Ravensvak and those other like Norscan dwarf settlements are going to be like a playable faction, sub-faction, I should say. So I think when you're playing as the dwarfs, you'll probably get to pick like a traditional hold. You might get to, so like you'll get to pick like a regular hold, which will be normal dwarfs. I think you'll also have the ability to pick a traditionalist faction, which will be dwarfs that refuse to use any newfangled technology. So like you won't get to use any black powder and you won't get to use any like engineering stuff. You'll be able to use like only bolt throwers and quarrelers, but you'll get other bonuses. And then I think the last sub-faction is going to be the Norscan dwarfs, who will have all sorts of other fun, good things. I mean, if you look around the map, you have stuff like you have one of the things that's actually really interesting on this map that's not explained. If you go all the way to the southern edge, you can find Karak Zorn, right? So Karak Zorn, right here, is the founding hold of the dwarfs. It is the original dwarf hold. But it has a unique symbol on the map, which is that it has the anvil with two hammers crossed under it. If you look at all of the other dwarf holds, like most of them will have the faction symbol. So like Karak Azul has the shield, and the shield means that there's like an actual dwarf faction there. You have Vala Azrael Ungol, which is Karak 8 Peaks, which is weird because there shouldn't really be any dwarfs in Karak 8 Peaks right now. Because Karak 8 Peaks is not, Belagar does not go to Karak 8 Peaks for like another 100-ish years. So that shouldn't be there, which is a little interesting. But then obviously you've got like Karazakarak, and then like the fallen holds, you have like Kazakh Volsk or Kurgaz's Forge, where it shows an anvil with a lightning bolt through it to represent that it's like fallen. So like Ekrend has fallen. You'll see the same thing. Karak Varn has an actual symbol, which is interesting because Karak Varn is a fallen hold. But then there are other ones that have the hammers crossed under them. So here we have Karak Gantuk, which has the crossed hammers. And then over here above Lewin Keep, we have Kazid Gintaz and Karak Bufdar as well. Kazid Urbaz, I have no idea what the crossed hammers mean. I kind of hate this map a little bit because there's no key to the map. And maps without keys are not good maps. They're shit maps. So I would really like Games Workshop to actually release a key to explain what all the fucking symbols mean. But they're probably not going to do that because they don't want to tell anybody what they're doing yet. What is the Nehakaran symbol in the Ekrend mountain range? Oh, the Scarab Beetle? That means that there's something of Nehakara there. Which makes sense, because you have to remember, guys, Nehakara used to expand all the way up to here. So, like, the vaults, the Apusini Mountains, and the Black Mountains, these were functionally the borders of Nehakara. Though there are elements of Nehakara that actually extended up into the Grey Mountains here. And the Lower Empire and little elements of Bretonia over here. as well as a lot of parts of the Border Princes here. This was all Nehekara, all of it. All of the entirety of the Badlands, all the way down here to where the jungle met the desert. This was all part of Nehekara. All this shit way over here was part of Nehekara. But that was in ancient times. If you look at the map now, when you look at the map, you see all these obelisks. So you got the, which these are the Nehekaran pantheon. So you've got the obelisk of Ulupt, you got the Joff's column, the obelisk of Fakht, and you've got these little like dotted lines. The dotted lines are showing you where Nehekara's borders extend to. So Nehekara has lost like a fuck ton of territory. So yeah. It's interesting to me that in the Marshes of Madness they didn't mark Morcane. I would have thought they would have, but they didn't, which is very interesting. It's in there somewhere. They did mark the floating village, but yeah. Do I think we might see Pirates of Sartosa in the old world? It is certainly possible, because they are definitely a thing. You saw Morcane? What? Where? Hold on. You talking about this? It's north of the marshes? Oh yeah, you're right. There's Morcane. There it is, right up there. I think it's Morgheim is here-ish. But yeah, you got Morcane way up there. That's right. There you go. It's interesting that they have it so far north. Normally, on most maps, they put it... Maybe I'm thinking of Morgheim. Yeah, I'm thinking Morgheim. Okay, so yeah, Morgheim is here-ish somewhere. Will we get Norse dwarves in the old world? I have no fucking idea. Will we get them in Total War? Fucking Christ. I have no idea. Just I need to clean my office. My office is a fucking mess at the moment, and so whenever I set something down, it causes a bunch of other things to fall over. What's in the floating village? I have no fucking idea. I don't think that's ever been expanded on. I think it's just kind of one of those things they wrote on a map. It might have a white dwarf about it. Oh, nope. It's from the Blood in the Badlands. There's a single paragraph about it in the Blood in the Badlands. Here. I'm here, so I might as well read it. Because I believe this should be a direct quote. The origins of the floating village are shrouded in mystery. The primitive huts and wooden longhouse that make up the village itself that float 20 feet above the ground, yet never seem to be affected by the fierce winds that sweep across the region. During the day, the village is tethered to the ground, but at sunset, the ropes are released and the village floats back into the sky. Many have argued that the Archamancer, Fosric, was behind the creation of the floating village, and there is much evidence to support this theory. It certainly seems reasonable that Fosric may indeed have sought to perfect his arcane techniques in such a secluded area, but if the village's tribesmen are aware of its origins, they've yet to reveal them. So yeah, it's literally a village that flies at night up in the air. Fosric is an interesting character. Fosric is one of those characters that it would be very, very fun to see him expanded more upon, because he actually has like a lot of little tidbits of lore about him, and he's the only well-established Archamancer in the game, which is like an architect wizard. Because he made Fosric's flying fortress, but he also made Fosric's folding fortress, which is a really fucking bizarre thing. It's like a pocket fortress. Yeah, he made a lot of really cool stuff. He was really big into magical architecture. Do I think we'll be getting new lore for the Southlander humans? Yes. If the old world does well, and Games Workshop decides to go forward with expanding the setting dramatically, I think they're going to want to flesh out the entire planet. Do I think we'll see the Thunderbarge and Thrones of Decay? Yes. I think you will either see the Thunderbarge or the Shard Dragon. I think there is going to be some kind of, like, big monster type piece. Castrata, thanks for coming by. Who would lead the Lizardmen and where would they be? If the Lizardmen become playable in the old world, it's probably going to be the Southlands Lizardmen, at least at the start, because they're, like, right fucking there. As for who leads the Southlands Lizardmen, it would be whoever is the lead Slaawn of Zlatlan, because Zlatlan is the most powerful city, in the, on that side of the world. However, I don't believe
Hey Sotek, what is Middenball? Is it just Warhammer Rugby?
Yes. Yes. Well, so Middenball is kind of a joke. Middenball, like, it's a real thing in the universe, but Middenball is like the actual real Warhammer version of Blood Bowl, which in and of itself is basically Warhammer. It's like a fusion of rugby and football. But yes, it's functionally that. But yeah, I don't think we know any of the characters of Zlatlan. Like, I don't recall there being any notes on any of their names that are still alive. There was Quackamole, or Schwackamole, Shakshamole, which is obviously a play on guacamole, who was a Zlatlan character. I don't know if he's still alive. He may be dead. Because there was a really big badass Slaawn Lord of the Southlands, but he was a first generation and he dies during the Great Catastrophe. Is Tic-Tac-Toe a character for Zlatlan? No. Tic-Tac-Toe is from Hexawaddle. Also, CEO of Necromancy, thank you for the year of support, dude. I really appreciate it. Thanks for all the follows and subscriptions, by the way, as well, guys. I really do appreciate all the support. All is dust. Sotek, what do you think about the lore interview about the old world? There seems to be too much 40k and good versus bad that seems to be red flags. Okay, well, so if you're talking about this article right here, the Old World Almanac article on the lore, I don't think it's bad. I think they are simplifying it right at the start to try and make it a much more approachable setting. I think they made it a more approachable setting so that they could allow people that are coming in to be like, oh, okay, I get what's going on. Are you good? Are you bad? Pick a side. All right, move on. Also, I don't think there's anything that 40k-ish about it, to be honest. I'm not sure what makes you say that. And I do very much agree with the article that the Tomb Kings of Khemri, so this is very specific, right? This is super fucking specific, which is the Tomb Kings of Khemri. It's not just the Tomb Kings, it's Khemri specific. And Khemri is evil as fuck. Like, there's no other way to say it, dudes. Like, Settra the Imperishable is one of the most evil motherfuckers to ever walk the Warhammer Fantasy planet. He is a genocidal, brutal tyrant who literally wiped out like entire cultures that got in his way, and his goal was to literally take over the entire planet. Like, I don't know what you want from me. Settra's literal goal was to become an immortal god that took over the planet. Like, Settra and the Emperor of Mankind from 40k would have probably been friends before they tried to kill each other. Settra literally also murdered all of his children, his wives, and his concubines. He murdered them in a Hail Mary bid to try and, like, get brownie points with the Nehekaran gods. Like, he is a massive douche. Like, he's a massive douche. There's nothing good about him. The only time you can call Settra neutral is if like literally the world is on the cusp of being destroyed, like it is in the end times, and you're either for chaos or you're against chaos. Like, if you're in the end times, that's what it boils down to, right? This is something me and Andy Law have actually talked about a fair bit, if y'all have had chances to catch some of those conversations, is that when you're looking at the Warhammer world, good and evil are subjective. They are subjective terms. If chaos is in ascendance and the end times are happening, then to be good is to oppose chaos, and to be evil is to side with chaos. That's it. It's very blunt. And in scenarios like that, the Tomb Kings come off very neutral, because they want to keep all of their shit. They want to protect their stuff, and they only like to care about themselves, which means they're going to fight against chaos. But when you're not in an end time scenario, which is when the old world is starting, there is no Everchosen. The Everchosen before Asvar Kul has been dead for a while. Like a good 100+ years, I think.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Long live the 12th Everchosen.
Yeah, good old Asvar Kul. Asvar Kul's not ascended yet. So, without Asvar Kul in the picture, Settra is like a big bad. Like, he is one of the big villains of the Warhammer Fantasy universe. If you were playing a Warhammer Fantasy roleplay game, and you didn't all decide to play a Tomb King character, then Settra would realistically be one of the big bads for your campaign if you had anything to do with Khemri. But Settra, like, invades the old world to claim his empire and murder anyone that kind of vaguely makes him mad. So, do I think Settra belongs in the Ravening Horde category? Yes, I think that's fitting. Now, if you're talking about all of the Tomb Kings, then I think it becomes more nuanced. And it's also worth understanding, guys, the explanation back in Warhammer for why the Tomb Kings were considered neutral was not because the Tomb Kings were, like, good guys. The reason they were considered neutral is because the Tomb Kings never aligned. Like, they never rallied behind one banner to face the rest of the world. They were always way too occupied with infighting, and they only gave a shit about themselves, like, individually. They don't care about Nehekara, they care about me. Settra cares about Settra, and nobody else. Fuck everybody else. Settra is all that matters. Khalida is the exact same. So is King Far and King Tutankanut. Like, they don't give a fuck about anybody else but themselves, which is why they are a neutral faction. They're not willing to work together for some kind of greater goal, and they're also not particularly opposed to any major force in the world, so they're neutral. That's why the Ogre Kingdoms were considered neutral. The Ogre Kingdoms generally refuse to align against any particular concept or for any particular concept. So saying that they're a force of good or like, well, not good or evil, but, you know, destruction or order is, you know, debatable. That being said, don't fucking worry about this. Like, the concept of being like, oh, good and evil, it, like, who cares? Like, the only reason this matters The only reason this matters is for determining your allies, right? That's it. Like, it just determines which factions do you get to ally with. And during the time of the old world, Settra would not ally with any of these nerds in the Forces of Fantasy. Like, he would be beating the shit out of them because he's trying to invade the old world. Whereas these guys, the Warriors of Chaos, the Greenskins, and the Beastmen, they would be willing to take advantage of what Settra is doing and would, in a sense, be something equivalent to allies. Like, you know, obviously they're not going to be chatting with each other and drawing up treaties, but they're willing to take advantage of, like, the chaos and nightmares that he's going to be unleashing. Does Xandri trade with the rest of the world? No. Xandri is called the Fleet Port of Terror. And it's not called that because it's a wonderful trade center. It's called that because it's fucking terrifying, and nobody who goes there comes back, and everything that comes out of it is fucking scary. It is out to kill your ass. Yeah, no, Xandri, no. Nobody goes to Xandri to trade. You go there to die. That one guy you know. Also want to point out the Forces of Fantasy and the Ravening Hordes are not good and evil. Yeah, and that's true. Like, the article that Games Workshop put out, I don't think it necessarily is that well written, in the sense that it does kind of, like, introduce the concept of, like, oh, good and evil, but that's not really true. Like, the Forces of Fantasy and the Ravening Hordes are not really good and evil. I think calling them Order and Destruction is far more accurate. But, you know. Will Coadil be in the old world? Probably not, because Coadil by this point should be imprisoned by this point, I think. No, he's, well, maybe. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to double check. I don't feel 100% on this, but I think he's been imprisoned by this point. Because I think he's already had his big fight with Morgur that drove him insane, and he tried to kill everybody, and they locked him up in the Wildwood. Isn't Bretonnia about how Nehekara used to be? No, Bretonnia is not a nation led by a tyrannical emperor who seeks eternal life so that he can rule over all of existence. Bretonnia is nothing like Nehekara was. They are not seeking global domination. Like, are peasants treated badly in the grand scheme of things? Sometimes. Like, they're, you know, it's not... Would you want to be a peasant? Probably not. But not all peasants live a horrible life. Some peasants live relatively decent lives, like humble lives that aren't awful. Like, the Lady of the Lake is far more kind, to be frank, than the Nehekaran Pantheon was. The Nehekaran Pantheon is brutal as fuck. Bretonnia is nothing like Nehekara. I don't even think that's a even remotely fair comparison. Why do I think the Forest of Arden has a different Wood Elf symbol than Athalloran and Laraloran on the map? I would presume because there's shit and shenanigans going on there. Also, well, okay, also the alternative that I would offer is that if you look at this map, right, the Wood Elf symbols, this is the symbol of Aisha, right? This represents Ariel. It has the heart and the teardrop, which are both, it has the heart and the forehead. It's a woman, and it also has the teardrop coming out of her eye. These are representations of Aisha. You see the same thing up here in the Laralorn Forest. So these are representations of Ariel, Queen in the Wood, who is the avatar of Aisha. And then over here, we have a dude. This is obviously a male elf who's got big stag horns and, like, feathers and stuff. Obviously, this represents Orion, the king in the wood. So I would say that this is likely representing where the two of them might be for whatever reason. Here we see that we've got Orion's symbol, but the Forest of Arden's also got, like, this big nasty Beastman symbol. And it's got, like, a bunch of Beastmen. So what's probably what I'm guessing, this is a guess, is that at the start of the old world in 2276, when this map is being portrayed, we're probably going to see a wild hunt or just Orion doing Orion stuff. It's probably going to be Orion versus whoever the fuck this is. This very well could be Morgar. It's very possible this is going to be Morgar the Shadow Gave. And the two of them are fighting in the Forest of Arden. How do you go this? How do you find this map? So you go to theoldworld.com, right? Go to theoldworld.com, which will take you right here. Theoldworld.com. And then you scroll down. You scroll down. You scroll down. And right where it says Explore the Old World, there's a picture, and you click on it and sort of like wiggle it around a little bit. Are Tor Mortal and Tor Soliel around in Modern Fantasy? I don't know. I'd have to double check the War of the Beard maps. I mean, here we have Tor Mortal, which is a active high elf settlement. So the answer to that one is yes. I don't know which faction this is. It's not a Kelpie. What is this creature called? It's a horse with the bottom half of a fish. I know it's a creature, but I don't remember what it's called. But this is a high elf shield. So this is a high elf faction. So this right here is a high elf faction. It's not a seahorse. That is not a seahorse. A hippocampi. Thank you. Yes, this is a hippocampi. Yeah. So the hippocampi, or the hippocampus, the hippocampi is representing a high elf faction that's right here in Tor Mortal. So you got Tor Mortal there, and then Tor Soliel is up here. And Tor Soliel also has a high elf faction represented by this merworm dragon symbol. So Tor Soliel is also going to be an active high elf settlement ruled over by whoever this faction is. Obviously, we don't know who these high elves are yet. Like, we know they're high elves from Ulthuan, but we don't know, like, who they are yet. So both of those settlements are active, and they are actively... I will say, that is, to me, one of the most exciting retcons. It is a pretty big retcon, but one of the exciting retcons is that the high elves actually are going to have a presence in the old world, because they have not completely abandoned all of their colonial settlements. So this means that either the high elves have returned in recent years and have taken back some of their old settlements that they abandoned after the War of Vengeance or the War of the Beard, or, well, no, that's frankly probably just what it means. So I do like that the high elves have returned in several places. What is a retcon I do not like? There isn't one yet, really. All the retcons that they've done so far, I'm completely fine with. How does one offend the Tomb Kings in the fastest way possible? Probably by calling them hideous, or like just like mocking them for being dead and the fact that they don't get to enjoy any of the fruits of life anymore, any of the pleasures of life. Like they'll never know what it's like to eat something ever again, or to feel the wind, or to enjoy drinking water. Like, they don't get to experience the pleasures of the flesh anymore, which a lot of them are pretty upset about. Is Finnebar currently king? Yes. Finnebar the Seafarer is already the Phoenix King of Ulthuan by this point. Is Marienburg still under Imperial rule? Yes. Marienburg is still part of the Empire. It will remain part of the Empire for roughly... until... Oh, what? Until, like, Boris Goldgather, I think? I think it's about for, like, another 100-ish years. Marienburg does not buy their independence until after the Great War. Against Chaos. Who wins? Gothor the Beast Lord versus Gorbad Ironclaw? Ooh. I don't know. probably Gothor the Beast Lord. Gothor the Beast Lord was more of a that's hard. That's really hard. Especially Gothor's also gone through like a couple of iterations. Because like a lot of people don't know this, but Gothor the Beast Lord was actually originally a shaman character that was also like a super badass fighter. He got retconned into being like just
X100. Want to call out Tomb King's he walks in. What's up, bony boys? It smells like a cat's litter box in here and looks like a bunch of dog toys.
Yeah, that would probably get a Tomb King's attention in a really bad way. The only retcon I don't like is the dev saying the end times with Chaos winning was the plan all along. That's true though. Like, like I don't know what you want them to say when that's true. Like, if you go read Warhammer Fantasy way back in the fucking day, it tells you really early in a lot of the intro stories that the world is already doomed. It's literally just a matter of time. Like, that's like, listen, a lot of people joke about the differences between 40k and fantasy. Fantasy is the actual grimdark setting because fantasy actually is guaranteed to die. Like, it is inevitable. It's going to happen. The end times will happen. Chaos will win. That's the point of Warhammer Fantasy. It's always been the point. The whole thing with fantasy is not that you're going to defeat chaos. It's that you're fighting for every moment of life that you get. I mean, okay, to be fair, theoretically, in a thought experiment, is it possible to defeat chaos? Yes. Was that ever the plan with Warhammer Fantasy? No. Now, if you really want a setting where chaos is genuinely on the back foot, in the sense that chaos can full on be fucking defeated, and it's actually really fun and exciting, that's what Age of Sigmar is. The whole point to Age of Sigmar is the first official setting created by Games Workshop where chaos is fighting on equal footing. Like, chaos is actually getting its ass handed to it occasionally. Like, well, now chaos has a huge advantage because they go through the Age of Chaos, which is basically another end times type event. But Age of Sigmar is the only setting that truly explores the concept of what if chaos was not guaranteed to win. That's literally what Age of Sigmar is. Warhammer Fantasy, and I also probably believe Warhammer 40k, are both settings that are like chaos is going to win. Well, I don't know if chaos is going to win in 40k. I feel like the Tyranids are probably going to win because the Tyranids just seem like fucking bonkers. But the whole point of fantasy is always that chaos will win in the end. Like, 40k, I don't think there is any scenario at all where humanity survives 40k. Like, granted, I'm not like a super hardcore 40k lore fan, but like every time I look at 40k lore and like listen to, because like I'll listen to lore videos sometimes to try and keep up with what's going on and stuff, like ain't no fucking way humanity is surviving that shit. Like between like, you don't even need chaos, right? Remove chaos from the scenario entirely. Pretend chaos doesn't exist. Between the Necrons and the Tyranids, there ain't no fucking way humanity survives that shit. Like, humanity's just there. They're just part of the popcorn gallery. They're just gonna get, like, they're just there for the ride. Like, ain't no way humanity survives that shit. Like, nah. I don't believe it I do not believe it for an instant.
Inquisitor _ Hammond cheered. X100. Ah, yes. Finny Bar the Cuck, aka Adam 22 Bar, and the Ever Queen Lena the Radiant Plug.
Those are names. Yes, that Finnabar. I hope Finnabar gets made playable. Finnabar had a really, really badass design made for him, for Warhammer Age of Reckoning. Like, he looks so fucking awesome. Here, I'll pull it up actually. Yeah, so this is the official art for Finnebar the Seafarer, which is from Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning. So this is his official canon art. Like, he's a badass looking character. He's not the best fighter, it's true, but he's a competent fighter. Like, it's not like Finnebar's like a total fucking noob. Like, Finnebar traveled the world by himself for decades. Like, he can fight. Is he as good of a fighter as like Tyrion or Altharion? No, not even close. But he can absolutely hold his own. But I love his design. He's super badass looking. Yeah, that looks like a sword. It's not a sword, it's a scepter. He has a scepter that bursts into fire because he's the Phoenix King. But yeah, he's cool. I like Finnebar a lot. Any lords you need to see coming to Warhammer 3 soon? I mean, tons. Like, is there a character that I am itching for right now? Probably Epidemius. I think Epidemius is a character that I'm really hoping to see in Thrones of Decay. I don't think I'm going to get him. I think I'm going to get Tarmacon, which I'm fine with. Tarmacon's great. But I would very much like to see Epidemius. I like him a lot. Is this mid-rule? So this would be like modern day-ish. So like this would be like 2510-ish.
Tech 27 SS cheered. X100. Who is the king of Bretonia right now?
The current king of Bretonia is Lewin Orcslayer. And Lewin Orcslayer, if they have not retconned anything, has been king of Bretonia for roughly 70 years. He's been king for 75 years. So he is in his like 90s, 100s at this point, early 100s, late 90s. He's old, and he's about to die. Like, he is going to die very early. Now, whether Warboss Spinekiller is going to kill him, or Spinecracker is going to kill him, or Settra the Imperishable is going to kill him, I don't know yet. But I feel I would be willing to bet money that Lewin is going to be killed by either Warboss Spinecracker or Settra the Imperishable. I personally hope Settra kills him, because it'd be kind of lame for Lewin Orcslayer to get killed by an orc. Because the whole point of Lewin Orcslayer is that his errantry war against the orcs is successful. That's like the big thing. I'd laugh if he just dies of old age. I mean, that could happen too, but that would be kind of boring. Because the whole I have a video. Oh wait, never mind. That video is not coming out tomorrow. Speaking of which, video coming out tomorrow. Hey, chat, are y'all ready for an hour? I have to double check to make sure that it is correct. But assuming that everything in the video is fine and there's not shit I have to fix, because I have to double check it. Tomorrow, there's going to be like an hour-long prediction video on Norska. So, or like future DLC and free DLC for Norska. So buckle the fuck up for that shit. Assuming there's nothing wrong with it and I don't have to send it back to the editor for fixes. With that caveat out of the way, tomorrow, hour-long video on Norska stuff. How would Lewin Orcslayer react to Settra, and more importantly, Nakaf going over all Settra's titles? You know, Aranthiel, the funny thing, the genuine funny thing, is I think Bretonia would actually be one of the Tomb King's favorite enemies, because they would actually be respectful. As stupid as that sounds, like, the Bretonians would absolutely wait. Like, they would wait and listen respectfully for Nakaf to, like, read off the whole fucking thing. Like, granted, they'd be praying to the lady during that time. Like, they'd have things to do. They'd be praying to the lady and, like, preparing their siege trebuchets and all that shit. But, no, I think the king in particular, I think King Lewin Orcslayer would probably listen, to be honest. I think he would wait. Now, there are some, like, errantry knights that might be like, fuck it, let's go fight. But, like, most of the knights, because, like, chivalry would dictate that they wait. I really, honestly, I hope to God there's a scene like that. It would be such a hilarious scene to have, like, Bretonia preparing for war. Settra the Imperishable himself has come to the shores of Bretonia, which I'm not sure which version of the lore they're going to go with. In the old, we talked about this on the Lady of the Lake Lorebeards episode, which was the most recent. But in the old lore, Settra the Imperishable actually invades Bretonia and fights Gilles le Breton and he's defeated. Like, Settra is actually defeated and pushed back. And that got retconned out of 6th edition onwards. So, like, 6th edition through 8th edition, Settra did not invade Bretonnia. He never went there, at least that we know of. So I'm curious if in the old world, it's going to be Settra is returning to Bretonnia after, like, 1,500 years, or if it's going to be that, no, this is Settra's first time since the founding of Bretonnia that he's invading it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. But I really hope we get a scene where, like, King Lewin Orcslayer is leading, like, a big army of knights, and they go to face off with Settra, and, like, Nakaf, like, walks forward and is like, behold, and starts reading off Settra's titles, and King Lewin Orcslayer is like, wait, let the man cook, let him speak, maybe he'll say something interesting. Do I ever think we'll see the other 10 Everchosen's lore? We know, we're not missing 10 of them. We know Morcar the Uniter, who's the first Everchosen. We know a teeny tiny bit about Vandrid, who is the second Everchosen. We know about, oh god, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but we know about the 11th Everchosen, who's the one that dies in Mordheim. We know, obviously we know about Asvar Kul, and we're about to learn a lot about Asvar Kul, who is the 12th Everchosen. And then we know everything about Archaon, who is the 13th Everchosen. So that would mean we're missing 8 of them. Unless you don't count Vandrid, which is fair. Like, if you don't think Vandrid counts because we literally have, like, 2 sentences on him, that would still only be 9. So we'd be missing 9 Everchosens. It's that right guy. Hey, what's up? Howdy, Sotek. If the Ancient Widow is the one who taught the Ungls about working with the spirits of Kislev, why would she have invited the Gospodars over and taught them frost magic to then take over? It's that right guy. That's a great question. Me and Andy actually spoke quite a bit about that in our Lorebeards episode, which I would highly recommend you check out, on the Hags of Kislev. But in answer to your question, as we were kind of like theory crafting about it, what is likely that happened, in my opinion, Andy may have a slightly different opinion, but what I believe happened is that the ancient, oh, sorry, not Vandrid, Vangel. Yeah, Vangel, not Vandrid. What I believe happened is the Ancient Widow realized the Ungol people were not strong enough. That between Sigmar, like, kind of establishing his empire to the south and growing in power, and the forces of chaos also growing in power in Norska and further north, I think the Ancient Widow became keenly aware of the fact that the Ungol people and the magics that she had taught them through, like, the hag magics, which is like the lore of spirits and stuff like that, or the lore of hags, it's sometimes known. I think the Ancient Widow came to the realization that the Ungls were too weak, and that they were not going to be strong enough, and that she needed something more. So she started to reach out, and that's how she discovers the Gospodari tribe up in the Eastern Steppes, which is where a lot of the really, really powerful human tribes originate from. Like Sigmar, all of the tribes that make up the Empire that everybody loves, they actually originate from, like, kind of the Chaos Wastes, or the Eastern Steppes. It's not really the Chaos Wastes, but the Eastern Steppes, which was north of the Mountains of Morn. That's where the vast majority of humanity originally comes from. Not all of them, but a lot of them. All of the ones that live in, like, the modern day Bretonnian Empire are from that ballpark. And the Gospodari people were, like, the last tribe that came down, because the Ancient Widow called to them because she recognized their strength. And it also probably didn't hurt that Mishka, who was the first of the Tsarinas, Mishka was, like, horrifically powerful and also apparently a very, very gifted wizard. And the Ancient Widow was able to sense how powerful she was, and basically was like, hey, come south and I will give you more power and yada, yada, yada. And, lead you to a land of plenty and other nonsense. And so the ice magic was part of a pact that the Ancient Widow made with Mishka and the Gospodari tribes to bring them all the way down to modern day Kislev, where they then proved themselves by kicking the living shit out of the Ungls and the Ropsmen. which were the other major tribe at that time. And then, unifying them all under one banner. When did the Tong happen? The Tong happened right... The Tong happened a couple of centuries after the Great Catastrophe. A lot of this is one of those things that I think Games Workshop / Total War just frankly just fucked up. But a lot of the notes would be like, oh, the Chaos Dwarfs were separated from the other dwarfs because of the Great Catastrophe. That's not true. They say that, but the timeline spits in the face of that, and it doesn't work at all. What does work with that, however, was the invasion of the Tong, where the Tong swept out of the Chaos Waste and absolutely curb stomped the fuck out of everybody. And they went to where the Chaos Dwarfs were around the time that the Chaos Dwarfs got isolated, which was a couple centuries after the Great Catastrophe. So I want to say it was somewhere around like 400 to like 600 of the Imperial calendar, or sorry, not of the Imperial calendar, like 400, 600 years like after the Great Catastrophe wrapped up. Also, Sev 5005, thank you so much for the 14 months. Appreciate it. Do I like the Total War made Kislev into such an AOS-like faction? I don't agree with that assessment. Kislev has always been an incredibly magical faction. Like the only way I could see the argument that like, oh, Kislev used to be so low fantasy is if you're purely, if you're purely looking at like the old army book lore that was like part of the like dogs that like, way back when they got like that little tiny mini range. But Kislev has always been an immensely magical land that's full of spirits. And once it got expanded on in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition, it became like one of the most magical nations of men, because of everything going on with the hags and the spirits of the land and the Ancient Widow and all that stuff, which I consider completely canon. So, no, I don't think it got AOSified. Like, the only thing I would criticize, and the only thing I do criticize about Total War Kislev is it has too many bears. That, I think, is a fair criticism. That they Creative Assembly clearly made the bear models and were like, wow, we're really happy with these bears. We should recycle them as much as fucking possible so we can save money. And they made too many bears. Like Ice Maidens and Ice Witches should not ride on bears. They have nothing to do with the Cult of Ursin. Ice Maidens and Ice Witches have no affinity with Ursin whatsoever. They should have nothing to do with Ursin. So the fact that they ride bears is stupid as fuck, and I'll say that a billion times. They should be riding like Indrika or other types of like frost spirits, or just horses. The bears, they went too far on the bears. That being said, I think like the Ice Guard, completely fine and reasonable. I think the Ice Guard are great. The Strozzi getting the gun axes instead of the Bardiks, where they had like the big halberds that they like laid down and used those to balance. It's whatever. Like they traded out one historical way of shooting guns for another historical way of shooting guns. The Bardik combo, where you like have the big halberd axe that you like balance and then you put the gun in the little slot and shoot, is more reasonable looking. But the gun axe did exist. I don't think it was very widely used by any means, but it was a thing. I don't think that, like, I would like to have both, ¿por qué no los dos? Like, just give me both. Give me the Bardik version, let that be the anti-large variant, and then let me have the gun axe version, which is better for like armor, like, better for like fighting infantry. Cool. Yes, I would agree, the gun axe is much easier for animations. I will say though, the one thing the Bardik cannot do that I fucking love about the gun axe is the animation where they literally like run up and they like hit a guy with the axe. They're like, axe, and then they pull it back and just shoot him point blank in the face. Fucking hilarious. That's a great animation. Why do the armored Kossars have guns? To be fair, to be fair, according to the lore, Kislev went through a really hardcore revolution. Not like a bloody revolution, but like a update revolution after the Great War Against Chaos. Because after the Great War Against Chaos, Tsar Alexei realized that Kislev was not in a good position technologically, that they had pretty much almost got curb stomped by Chaos because they didn't have a proper answer to a lot of like the heavy armor and foul powers of the forces of Chaos. And he was very, very impressed by the displays of gunpowder by the Dwarfs and the Empire. So he invested heavily into black gunpowder. And he went all in on updating the Kisslevite military with black powder weapons. And now in Total War, this is quite literally represented by Little Grom. If you kind of read the lore behind Little Grom, it talks about that they were cannons that were quite literally like, you know, they're part of that technological revolution, so to speak. But frankly, Kislev would probably have like a fuck ton of guns because of Tsar Alexei's whole thing. So like the idea that like everybody's got a gun, like it's basically America when it comes to the amount of guns per person. I think that's actually quite reasonable for how the faction would actually work from like a lore standpoint. Like if you live in a place where Chaos is right fucking there, you would have guns everywhere. Like everywhere. Everybody carries a fucking gun. Every man, woman, child, fetus, dog, cat, bear, tree that has something vaguely resembling hands, like everybody gets a fucking gun. Because the Warriors of Chaos are like right there. Aliv, thank you so much for becoming a member on YouTube. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the YouTube memberships and the Twitch subs, guys. Thank you very, very much. Why don't the Zargard have guns? I can't answer that for you, because I feel like that's more of a balance decision than a lore decision. Like, from a lore standpoint, would Zargard have guns? Probably. Like, some of them, a lot of them would probably have pistols. Why don't they have pistols in Total War? For balance reasons.
Happy anniversary.
Canuckle, thank you for the 23 months. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's literally for balance reasons. That's why. Neriel, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. By the way, just want to say, just randomly, it is absolutely lovely to be hanging out with you all. I've been having a ton of fun just chatting. I'm amazed so many people have shown up to just chat, but I just want to say thank you all very much. Bardiche, not Bardique. Well, I'm kind of tempted just to keep saying Bardique because Hammond is trying to correct me, and if anyone I'm not going to listen to for correcting, it's going to be Hammond. If Chaos Gods are brothers, are there any mommies and daddies around? The mommy and daddies would be us. It'd be us, or the old ones, debatably, but like, it'd be sentients. The people whose nightmares and emotions and feelings and all those fun little things you have because you're sapient leaked into what we know as the ether or the realm of chaos and gave birth to horrible monstrosities. So there are children. They're our horrible, monstrous little shits. An unspecified number of people came here expecting sensor bars? What? Huh? What? Did I put something in the title that indicated what? Also, I have two other lore questions. Oh no, I have one other lore question. Whoops, that one's like super old, so I'll send his points back. V Gante, I hope you're still here, by the way. In celebration of the old world, can you talk about the rivalry between the Bretonnian and the Tomb Kings? Oh, I don't know yet. That's why I'm so excited for the new Black Library book. The new Black Library book by Graham McNeil is literally the prequel to the old world. So it's called Lords of the Lance, and it's whatever happens in that book is quite literally describing what leads to the War in the Border Princes. So the Lords in the Lance is something is going to happen in it that causes Settra to get so angry that he actually gets off his throne and he goes on to invade the Border Princes. So super fucking excited for that. Outside of that, though, as far as like rivalry between Bretonnia and Tomb Kings, there is a really big one that happened because of the Crusades. So after the Crusades into Araby, where Bretonnia and all the knights from the Empire and yada yada like went down into Estalia, and then they went to Talea and they freed Talea and Estalia from the tyrannical rule of Sultan Jafar, and then they went across the ocean and they went to Araby, where they fought their way all the way across Araby until they finally tracked Safar down. They had the big final battle and they killed him. Once the Crusades ended and Jafar was defeated and killed, what happened at that point was that you had a bunch of victory drunk crusading knights who are pretty much almost universally nobles from a very distant land who have fought their asses off for years at this point through horrible battles, and between their PTSD and the fact that they just won a major war, they basically started looking around. They were like, we need shit to loot. We want loot and more violence. And the Arabians, to their credit, did a very good job of making sure the Bretonnians didn't commit war crimes against them, and instead were like, over there, there's like all these ancient cities and shit full of gold and plunder and stuff. And the Bretonnians and Imperial Knights were like, yeah! And they all went charging over into the land of the dead, and they started looting like motherfuckers. So they started like breaking into burial chambers and stealing gold and relics and artifacts because they were haphazardly not caring and they weren't archaeologists. They also damaged like a bunch of structures and pyramids and statues and all these other things that the Tomb Kings are very prideful about. So when the Tomb Kings kind of like woke up and realized what the fuck was going on, they were fucking furious. So the Tomb King started murdering the fuck out of all of the knights. And there was also like a lot of really goofy things that happened during this time. One of my personal favorites is there was a whole incident where like there was a battle where a crusading army of knights fought an army of Tomb Kings. And there was a Grail Knight in the battle. And after the battle was over, the peasants and like some of the people of Bretonnia, like some of the knights and mostly peasants, were like, oh, the Grail Knight died. We need to collect his body and take him back to Bretonnia so we can like celebrate his deeds and his heroism and yada yada. So they pack up his body and they go all the way home back to Bretonnia, and upon arriving in whatever part of Bretonnia they were from and like parading this Grail Knight's corpse around the battlefield like a Grail relic. So, they've got like the corpse out and all the peasants are like moving his arms and shit. The corpse wakes up, and it turns out it was not a Grail Knight. There was a bunch of confusion in the aftermath of the battle, and whoever it was that like got the body grabbed the wrong corpse and just sort of like took the like scattered pieces of armor of this Grail Knight and just like put this guy in the armor. And it was not a Grail Knight. It was actually King Far of I think King Far is I think he's from Numis or Qatar. But it was King Far, which if you know King Far, he is one of the angriest motherfuckers like ever. Like, he is one of the angriest Tomb Kings. So he wakes up and is obviously not happy. Numis. Okay, yeah, he's the king of Numis. Yes, King Tutankhamun is the king of Qatar, I think. So he like proceeds. Oh, it's Maroc. That's right. Yeah, King Far is Maroc. Thank you. So he proceeds to like murder the fuck out of everyone, and like does just an absolute path of destruction out of Bretonnia and walks all the way back to Nahakara. which took him a while. It's a great story. It's one of my favorite stories between Bretonnia and the Tomb Kings. Like, could you imagine sleeping? Like, you're minding your own business. Like, whatever's going on is going on. Like, imagine being asleep, and then you wake up, and you're in a completely different country, like a third of the way around the world, and you are in a very uncomfortable, bizarre set of clothing, being paraded around by a bunch of poor fucking country bumpkins, not realizing that you are alive and not dead. Well, you're undead, but like, oh man, like, and you're like, yeah, no, just lay waste. Absolutely lay waste. Do I know someone called Ben Clemens? That rings a bell. That sounds familiar. I cannot put my finger on it. Because I'm really bad with names. I'm awful with names. I'm good with faces. If I see your face, I will never forget you. So you are personally logged in my brain for the rest of time, and there's nothing you can fucking do about it. But names, absolutely trash. Trash with names. Potrak, have a good night. Inquisitor Hammond, thank you. King Far From Home. Yeah.
X100. Tomb Kingman, King Far Away From Home.
Oh, Knight of Ren, thank you for the sweet message from the bits, by the way. I'm sorry I didn't see that, but thank you. I really appreciate it. I am glad y'all enjoy hanging out and just kind of listening to me ramble.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X100. I would be angry as hell if I woke up in France too.
Yeah. Where am I? You're in France. Oh, God! No! Wouldn't his last memory be the battle he was in as well? Well, who knows what he was dreaming about. Like, it would depend if he remembers what he was dreaming about. How strong are the Beastmen compared to other races? The Beastmen are insanely powerful. I mean, you're talking about a race where, like, the vast majority of Beastmen compared to the average human, like, Gors are stronger than most humans, and a little bigger. Not a lot bigger, but a little bigger. You know, they're in that really beefy 6-foot thing. They also are all mutated, which most of their mutations give them little advantages. Like, the average Beastman, of course, has, like, the big set of horns. They have wolf's teeth, so they have, like, really horrifying sharp fangs. They have claws, cloven hooves, and they're muscular as fuck. They're beefy boys. And they are able to navigate the forests through secret paths that no one else knows. And so they are master ambush predators who have been experts at hunting humans for, you know, a good 7 to 8-ish thousand years. You know when you're walking out alone at night, like, you have to go outside to, like, put up the trash, or you got to pick up something, or you're getting food, and you go outside, and you, like, maybe you're walking through, like, a forest path, or just down the street or whatever, and, like, the wind is just blowing a little bit, or it's, like, a little too quiet or something, and you get that, like, really horrible sensation that there's something watching you, like, just ready to eat your fucking face off, and, like, you have that natural instinct ingrained in our lizard brains where you're, like, looking up at the trees because you're expecting, like, a jungle cat or some shit, even though that's not a realistic threat where you probably live. Like, imagine that, except for, no, there's a very high likely chance that not only is there something in that tree, but there's, like, a bunch of somethings in that tree, and they're really fucking intelligent, and they want to eat you while you're still alive. Like, that's what Beastmen are. They're nightmarish. Yeah, they're incredibly strong. The only real weakness of the Beastmen is that they're very disorganized. Beastmen are incredibly disorganized. They also have not advanced technologically in, like, thousands and thousands of years because they spit in the face of technology because they believe it represents, like, civilization, which they hate. And although they benefit from aspects of chaos, ultimately the dark gods do not value the Beastmen. because to the dark gods, the beastmen are already accounted for. Like, their souls have already been completely taken. So they have no reason to lavish gifts upon the beastmen. So the beastmen don't benefit nearly as much as, like, the warriors of chaos do, who have a lot to offer the dark gods in exchange for power. The beastmen just kind of have to work with what they have. So, you know, build your walls sturdy and thick and high and pray it's enough. Let's see. Who is the Warhammer Caesar, Julius Caesar, and why? You're not gonna like this answer. You're not. I feel like that's a legitimate question, and unfortunately for you, the Warhammer world was created by British people, which means they're gonna give you a really stupid fucking answer. So the Warhammer version of Julius Caesar is a man by the name of Curious Geezer. And Curious Geezer is from Remus, which is the equivalent of Rome in Telea. It is very not well established in the timeline when he was around. Like, there is the Dogs of War book establishes that he was around like sometime in the last few hundred years, but it doesn't really work that well. For Curious Geezer to be actually appropriate, he would need to have been like hundreds or thousands of years ago. But they kind of fucked up the lore, and they just included him as a bit, like a goof. But to his credit, Curious Geezer was a very successful warlord out of Remus in Telea, and he somehow fucking found Albion, which is supposed to be impossible. It is supposed to be completely and utterly impossible to find Albion because of the mists of Albion, which protect it through magical shenanigans. But Curious Geezer was like, fuck that, and he found it anyway, and he invades Albion, which results in a bunch of giants starting to throw boulders at his ships, which does not go well for a lot of his ships. But eventually he manages to get on land, and Curious Geezer, who has been a fairly successful like warlord at this point, he he meets with the druid, a druid of Albion, and he kind of like works out an arrangement where like he will agree not to invade them if they agree to surrender and like give him captives to take back to Remus to like serve him. So he takes with him a single druid of Albion and 2 Albion giants. So they all go back to Remus, and he goes before his little like senate, and he's like, look, I'm awesome. I'm Curious Geezer. I discovered the mythical Isle of Albion. I brought back 2 giants and a druid to show how awesome I am. And I'm amazing and unstoppable, and I'm gonna become the Emperor of all Telea. And the Senate goes, yo, that's pretty cool. And then they all walk up and they shank the shit out of him. They all stab him to death. You know. And he dies. And the Albion giants and the druid are like, well, I guess we should leave.
Artist 95
and then they go wander around the whole world.
Secretly, he didn't try to find it, but just wondered their XD or his Narkai in disguise XD.
Honestly, Holy Artist, I don't think he was trying to find it. I think he stumbled on it. Can a Beastman be an Everchosen of Chaos? My reflex is to say no, because the Dark Gods would never be willing to offer that much power to a Beastman because their soul is already forfeit. And the key to being an Everchosen, like the critical piece of being an Everchosen, is you cannot sell your soul. You have to hold on to it until the very, very end, typically. Because if you make enough of a bargain where your soul is completely forfeit, then you have nothing to, like, kind of like, you know, you don't have a carrot to tempt the Dark Gods to keep giving you more power with. Therefore, you will never become Everchosen, because being Everchosen means you have to unite all 4 of the Chaos Gods behind you. That being said, would it be impossible? I'd hesitate to say it's impossible. Like, it could happen. I don't think it would, but it could. The closest a Beastman ever got to Everchosen was Gothor the Beastlord. Gothor was fucking insane. Like, Gothor was... Like, you have to remember that the Gothor in, like, 7th edition Warhammer Fantasy, maybe even 6th edition, was, like, debuffed. Heavily debuffed. Gothor the Beastlord in his original lore, back in, like, 5th or 4th edition, was, like, take Malagor the Dark Omen, Kazrak the One-Eye, and juice them both up by, like, 200%, and then combine them into the same character along with the actual Gothor. Like, take all three of those characters, Gothor the Beastlord, Malagor the Dark Omen, Kazrak, make them stronger and combine them into a single character. That was Gothor the Beastlord in his original story. So he was like the most powerful Bray shaman that ever lived, and he was also an insanely ripped, badass fighter covered in magic items, pulled on a big scary chariot. Like, he was fucking bonkers. He got heavily debuffed in later editions to make way for more characters. So they kind of, like, you know, they introduced like Malagor and Kazrak and a bunch of other characters. I watched the Slayer Lorebeards, and it brought up my question. What would it mean to a Slayer if they found out Grimnir never completed his oath? Since they mirror him, does that mean they can never reclaim their honor? Like, that's technically not true, I think, because Grimnir did fulfill his oath. Grimnir vowed to close the Chaos Gate, and he did. Like, I think he had hoped that he would go on to kill the Dark Gods, but his goal was to seal the gate to the realms of chaos, and he did. Now, he sealed a different gate than we thought, because he sealed the gate beneath the Middle Mountains, not the one up in the North Pole. But even if you argue that he did not, I don't think Slayers would... It would depend a lot on the individual. I think individual Slayers would take it differently. Is Taurox in the old world? No. I think Taurox... I am going to be doing a video, it'll probably come out next week, where I'm literally just going to go over, like, every single Warhammer Fantasy character and be like, are they alive in the old world? I'm pretty sure that Taurox has not been born yet. I don't think, like, Taurox is not that old. It's difficult. Because the Beastman book is kind of a pain in the ass because it doesn't include, like, timelines. So you have to do, like, a lot of annoying reading between lines to try and, like, figure out what the fuck is going on. I would say I'm, like, 95% confident Taurox has not been born yet. How old can Minotaurs get? I have no idea, dude. It would depend on the Minotaur in question, and it would depend, like, how favored they are by the Dark Gods. It is very heavily implied that if Beastmen are favored, they can live forever. Outset, hey Sotek, big fan of yours and playing Total War Warhammer 3. What exactly is all the old world stuff I'm seeing from you and the other creators? Outset, so the old world is that Warhammer Fantasy is technically a dead setting. The end times happened about 7 years ago, which was a big event where Games Workshop quite literally blew up the setting. It ended, it was over, there was no more lore. It was no longer a tabletop game that you could play with, like, miniatures and stuff. There were no more rules. It was dead. It is the old world is that Games Workshop kind of realized that they fucked up, mostly because of the success of games like Vermintide and Total War, and they have brought it back. So Warhammer Fantasy is being resurrected. There's going to be brand new lore. There's going to be new models. It's going to be like a tabletop game again and all this stuff. And the game is officially returning on January 20th, but pre-orders start this Saturday. So there's going to be like a lot of new books and a bunch of other stuff, which I'm very excited about. Do I think Arbol or the Red Duke will appear in the old world? Yes, to both questions. I think the Red Duke will appear eventually because he's in the Forest of Shalon, so there's no reason for him not to appear. Like, we don't really know what he's doing during this time period, but he's around. Arbol the Undefeated should show up 100% because Arbol the Undefeated participates in the Battle of Prague. So if they want him to return, he has a reason to be there. Like, he shows up for the Battle of Prague, and he plays a pretty notable role in it. Or the Siege of Prague. So Arbol the Undefeated should show up. But whether or not they'll actually bring him back, who knows? Mortal Kombat type Warhammer game, yes or no? I will always say yes. I don't give a fuck what kind of game it is. If it's Warhammer Fantasy, I'll take it. Is it a dating sim? I'll take it. Is it a Candy Crush game? I'll take it. Is it a Mortal Kombat game? I'll take it. Is it a League of Legends game? I will regrettably take it. Is it a hentai game? I will take it. Like, whatever, I don't care. No. The old world is a little over 200 years before the Warhammer Fantasy setting, not 300 years. It starts in 2276, and the Warhammer world blows up in about 26-ish, somewhere in that ballpark. Yowie game? Yep, give it to me. Why not? Age of Wonders Affordable Warhammer? I'm all in. What are the different traits of marked beastmen? That depends on the writer you're talking to. Usually it's described through rules, not necessarily visage. Because mutations be wild in yo. But like, you know, Zongors have official minis now, so it's easy to imagine what they look like. Slongors have official minis, though I don't like how big they are because they made them like Minotaur sized, which I don't like. I wanted them to be like Bestigor sized. But Slongors tend to have crab claws. They also tend to wear like they have like jewelry, and they have a lot of like exposed pale flesh. They don't have a lot of fur. They also have really elaborate horns with like jewelry and other stuff like all over it. Once again, crab claws, and they also tend to wear like really tight leather pant things, like leggings. Cole Patterson just rolled up a Priest of Ulrich. Nice! In Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition, looking for inspiration to make him interesting. Do you have any ideas or things I could look into? Oh my god. Cole Patterson. Oh, Jesus. I mean, I would look up... Yes, I would... You could probably find a PDF of it online. Not saying that I would... You totally shouldn't, but not... You know, if you want to look, you can. You can absolutely find free PDFs online, though not from me. Obviously, I would never do that. The Storm of Chaos. The Storm of Chaos featured Middenheim as one of the major factions, and it has a bunch of really cool lore on the Cult of Ulrich, as well as the High Priest of Ulrich, Emir Valgir, and like Priests of Ulrich, and like what kind of prayers they had, and how they fight, and what they do. So I would really recommend checking that out. That would hopefully be a really good source and give you some cool inspiration. You could also check out... I would also recommend the Sigmar trilogy from Black Library by Graham McNeil, or the Black Plague trilogy by C.L. Werner for some other cool stuff. And I believe the Knights of the Empire omnibus may also have some Ulrich thingamajiggers. Super J Live, thank you for the super chat. Now I want a dating sim with a great unclean one. Aw, man. Just think of all those extra holes, man. Is it pus or is it the other thing? Moving on. Bearded Freckle. What happens to Gotrek and Felix during the end times? It's sad. It's sad. is the answer. It's a super bummer, to be honest. Spoilers, I guess, though, you know, you've had 7 years to read it, but cover your ears for like 5 seconds, or like 30 seconds. But the TLDR is that Gotrek takes over for Grimnir and becomes locked in what he thinks is going to be an eternal battle against the forces of chaos, holding shut one of the chaos gates. So just fighting for eternity, wielding both of Grimnir's axes, being a super badass. And Felix dies. Because Felix was in it's difficult to explain, but basically Felix gets trapped in a cave because Gotrek goes into the realm of chaos. Felix is left behind, and the space Felix is left behind in is enclosed. So Felix, very honestly, it makes me really sad and upset to think about it, because he deserved to die better, but Felix suffocates to death. He runs out of oxygen because he's in an enclosed space, and he dies. And it's super fucking sad. I mean, you could argue that it's also mostly due to the injuries he takes in the final battle, but it seems pretty implied that he runs out of oxygen. How does Gotrek get to Age of Sigmar then? You remember that whole part where I just told you that he gets locked in the Realm of Chaos? Well, the Realm of Chaos is a fucky place. Could Lewin Orcslayer live through all of Settra's titles? Wouldn't he die of old age? To be fair, like, Nakov, I think it said that Nakov takes, like... he takes several hours to get through the names. But it doesn't take him, like, a day. Like, it takes him a while, but it doesn't take him, like, too long. He's pretty good at it. Odds that Felix is brought back in AOS. Yeah, right now, I would say very little if you had asked me before Soul Slayer came out. But in a post-Soul Slayer world, I would probably say like a 50-50 chance, give or take. Did I like the Eisenhorn novels? I have no idea. I've never read them. I've never read a 40k novel. I am intending in 2024 to kind of lick through a few of them, because try not to freak out, all right? Try not to freak out. But I would really like to do some videos dedicated to comparing elements of the 40k and fantasy universe, especially in the realms of if, like, the 40k, if said 40k faction was to show up in space outside of the fantasy planet, could they take it? But I want to do good research, because every single time I've ever seen someone try to tackle that subject, A, it's always a 40k person, and B, they do a fucking garbage job. They do a horrible fucking job, because they never understand fantasy at all. Like, they don't understand anything about Warhammer Fantasy. So they completely fuck it up every single time. And I would like to do it and not fuck up the 40k aspects.
_Rencheered X200. Do you think Mordrake the Damned has a shot in making it into Total War?
Yeah, I think so. Not a high chance, but he could show up.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Sweet.
And thank you for the bits, Ren, and thank you, Tyrant Thill, for the Prime, and also Super J and Beard Freckle. Thank you for the super chats. I really appreciate it, guys. If there was a 40k Total War, would I learn the 40k lore? No. I know a lot more about 40k than you probably think I do. I just don't talk about it. But I know probably a lot more than you suspect, because I do actually, like, listen to lore videos from time to time. I listen to, like, Luton, Wolflord Row. I haven't listened to him in a hot while, but I also used to listen to Baldermort. And I really, and Chapter Master Valrak I consider like a friend. Like, not like a close friend, but like someone that I'm very friendly with. And Chapter Master Valrak's antics have made me much more tolerant of Space Marines. But I thought the Major Kill video wasn't bad. From I like Major Kill as a person. I think he's a really awesome dude, and he's very swole and muscular. And his content resonates very well with a lot of people, which is awesome. And he's super cool, and I have nothing but respect for him. But his understanding of the fantasy world is not good enough for that video. Like, it's not awful, but it's not good. Like, I wouldn't even call it passable. It, like, from the 40k side, it's pretty good, I assume. I don't know enough about 40k, I think, to really comment on that. But, like, from the fantasy side, he did not do nearly enough homework at all. That's not saying anything against him as a person. It's a really fucking difficult topic. Like, I want to make it really clear. Like, I'm not saying, like, he was lazy or, like, he's dumb. It's just that, like, trying to compare fantasy and 40k means you have to really understand what the fuck you're talking about for both systems, which is super fucking hard. Like, it requires a stupid amount of research and material. Pancreas No Work, I am familiar with him. I interact with him on Twitter. I don't think I've ever watched his videos. I need to. I'd like to. I tend to have like a really, lately, a little insight into the world of SOTEC. The last like year or so, it's more like 8 or 9 months. I've been like not in a good headspace when it comes to content creation. I'm feeling much better now, but like I couldn't stand watching anything from another creator that had to do with like Total War or fantasy, because it just gave me like something like imposter syndrome, like, is the best way I can describe it, I guess. Like, it was like watching, and I don't know, it just made me feel really not good. So I basically just like stopped consuming any of that content. And it's not like it's kind of a thing of like the Warhammer fantasy content space, when it comes to like lore or Total War especially, I don't like, to be really blunt. Like, I don't know, it has always been like, maybe there was a time like years ago, like before the pandemic, it was good, I would say. Before the pandemic, I felt like there was a community and I enjoyed it. Ever since like the pandemic, I guess, it turned into something else, and it's just been like, I don't really feel like any of those people are my peers. Not because like they're bad or anything. Like, granted, there's like a couple of them I'm not terribly fond of, but like it's more that just like, it's just not a community is the best way I can describe it. It just doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like a community. It kind of feels like a rat race where everyone is out for themselves and doesn't really give a fuck about like trying to, you know, be friends or anything. That's why like if you watch me on Twitch, you know that like I really enjoy hanging out and spending time with like a lot of VTuber communities, and like I hang out with those content creators and stuff because like I like their community. I like actually hanging out with them and consider many of them friends. Because they're like awesome people and they're fun to chat with, and I just don't feel that way at all about the Total War community. Yeah, Arik Nash, I think that's it. It feels, yeah, the Total War community feels more like a business, where like nobody collabs, nobody talks to each other, and if you are talking to each other, it's probably for an unpleasant reason. And like, don't even get me started on like the Total War subreddit or any of those other, or like the forums or whatever. Like, good lord. awful. Like, I do not, like, every once in a while, someone on Discord will send me like a Total War Reddit post or something, and I'm like, I don't want to see it. I have seen the way they talk about me there, and it is not flattering. They are dicks. I'll just say it. They're fucking assholes. But anyway, sorry. I shouldn't have got off on a negative tangent. I'm doing much better now. I'm feeling awesome right now, to be honest. Like, I'm having a good time. I'm really enjoying getting to know, like, VTubers people. I've been really excited to actually work on videos, and the old world has me super excited. Which I'm super, super hype about. So I'm really happy to get back into doing what I like. And covering things that make me happy. Because that is kind of supposed to be the whole point, I guess, behind all of this fucking mess. Supposedly. Did I see the base sizes? Yes, I did. They're interesting. Most of them are good. There's a couple that make me scratch my head. Sly. Oh, thank you for the sweet message. I appreciate it. Thank you. James' workshop was mentioned in the Epstein files. Oh my god, that would be... I know it's not true, but could you imagine? Could you imagine? Any idea on when the Warhammer 3 update is supposed to release? I don't know anything for sure, but I feel confident saying February? Probably? Did I watch the battle report? Not yet. I don't have a Warhammer Plus account, and so I don't want to watch their little teaser because all it's going to do is make me want to buy Warhammer Plus, and I don't have that kind of income right now because I'm about to lose all my money buying books. Oh yeah, yeah. Don't like. I will say very bluntly, like he's ill right now, which makes me really, really upset. But because I'm worried about him. But like, if it wasn't for Andy Law, I think I would have stopped doing content creation this last like couple months. Like I honest to God think that if it wasn't for Andy and like what Lorebeards has become, I think I would have stopped. And like kind of reached the point where I want to do something else with my life. Because I was just not happy. But Andy has saved my bacon more than I can express. Which is why y'all should go over and subscribe to Lawhammer, because his content is genuinely fucking amazing. I need to start doing videos covering his campaign because there's a lot of really interesting lore things in there that I want to talk about. Paragoner, I would not be into Warhammer Fantasy without... Oh, well, thank you, dude. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Everybody has imposter syndrome? Yeah, I know. Like, trust me, I've talked to way too many people that are super successful, and every time you talk to them, they're like, I have no fucking idea what I'm doing, dude. Like, I'm flying by the seat of my pants. They're gonna figure out that I'm a fucking fraud any day now. Like, it's like everybody is like that. When do you think they'll start revealing content for Shadows of Change? Well, okay, there's two answers to that, Darth Knight. So, first, when will content from Shadows of Change start being leaked? Today. It's already happened. When will CA like deliberately reveal Shadows of Change information? Probably in like 4 weeks. Poor dude, CA cannot keep a lid on it, no matter how hard they try. Sadistro, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm really glad y'all are liking the new season of Lorebeards. I'm so excited for when Andy feels better and we can start season 6. There's a lot of really cool things we want to do. I want to make a Warhammer themed OnlyFans. Do you guys think it's a good idea? I hope you're really good at cosplaying. I mean, listen, if you could pull it off, like, you'd make bank until, you know, inevitably some GW considers coming for you legally, before they inevitably start putting like porn on Warhammer Plus. But sorry, that was a joke. They wouldn't. I don't think they'd actually do anything. Cyphane, Oh, hey, Jason. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for that. Jason, do you want to see Godzilla -1 with me and Matt? Or are you doing other stuff this week? When are we going to say co-op with Warhammer 3 with Andy Law? As soon as his, like, office is fixed and he no longer has COVID. Oh my god, Natalie, that's fucking amazing. Warhammer Plus and the not safe for work version is Warhammer X. So, like, could you imagine, like, they're just like, it's a plus, right? And then it's like you trigger it like it's incognito mode and it just goes like, ba-dum. It turns into an X. Oh, that would be super funny. I would legit buy it if they were that clever. They don't have the balls. They do not have the balls for that, but it'd be awesome. Where can you find the leaks? It's not much of, it's literally just that there's going to be new legendary heroes added, and one of them is the Golden Knight for Kislev. So Kislev is getting the Golden Knight legendary hero. It's not porn, there's Slaneshi shorts. Listen, Slanesh doesn't have shorts. Slanesh has, like, thongs, and that's it. Are there any... Hold on. Hold on, I have to go to Twitch chat to deal with something real quick. I don't think there's any mods there, and there's something I probably need to deal with. Where did you go? There you are. There are, like, Slanesh... Oh, you're here? Hey, can you kill all these Slanesh bots that showed up in... Twitch chat doesn't have Slanesh bots. What fucking weird pseudo bullshit is this? Whatever. You know what to do. Unless they're not actually bots. In which case, if they're not bots, you know, like y'all... Oh, you're not bots. Okay. Well, rein it in. Like, dial it down, like, 10%. Just 10%. Like, there's a time and a place. Like, keep the horny a little bit under control. All right, you don't need to ban them then. You can complete your quest? Sure, why not? Daza Whaler, thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, dude, I've been, I might play some Settra tonight. I'm kind of feeling some more Settra tonight because I've got a fucking... Can you ban them anyway? No, it's fine. Like, I don't mind degenerate content. Like, there's a reason I have my Twitch channel marked for adults, not for families, because I don't care. Sotek, a lot of tribes of the old world from the eastern steppes, but the tribes of Cathay be different from that. They would, but like if you look at like where the eastern steppes are and where Grand Cathay is, it's not that, like, they're right next to each other. So it's not that big of a distance. I believe they're related distantly, just like how all humans are related, right? Like if you're looking for like a common ancestry point in Warhammer Fantasy, it's like
Holy
there were
Artist
two
95 cheered.
primary
X100.
human
so
starter
Settra
areas.
Stream coming tonight/tomorrow.
Yes. Oh yeah, a lot more Settra stuff. A lot more Settra stuff. We already did a Settra stream on YouTube only. I'll probably just do it on both going forward because whatever.
Man, you're a good one.
At least right now, I am capable of keeping up with Twitch chat and YouTube chat simultaneously. So I could just do it on both, it's fine. Batarius, thank you for the 26 months. I appreciate it. There are some... I know most people watching are on YouTube right now, so y'all don't see it. There are some, like, genuinely, hilariously, like, honest to God, hilarious cringe comments in Twitch chat today. It's something different. Which, like, you know, whatever. Hey, you know what? You do you, guys. You do you. No wonder Twitch chat's mean, or no wonder YouTube chat is so mean to Twitch all the time. Twitch deserves it. They should see it on the overlay. Oh, that's true. They're paying attention. What is questing on Twitch? No, don't worry about it, Richard. Don't worry about it. It's not like don't worry about it. It's not an actual thing. It was one person's thing, if you catch what I mean. Tomb King Confederation win. I would like Tomb King Confederation. I don't know why they haven't made it a thing, because like Settra, the whole point of Settra is that he literally goes around force confederating the other Tomb Kings. Like, granted, you know, they don't always listen to him, like, but like, I don't know, for the video game they should just make it work. It's fine. Dozen Whaler, thank you very much for the super chat. And Edgelex, hey, whenever you're ready, baby. 3, 2, 1, my dude. You go for it. Live your life. Live your best life. They haven't made it because of the unique lords that could stack. I'm not really sure why they haven't done it, to be honest. Like, there's no reason they couldn't do it, to be honest. I mean, they made Nakai able to confederate, and that's a fucking mess, but they did it. Holy Artist, who do you think would win in a cook-off? A halfling pro chef or an ogre slaughtermaster? That depends. Are you a human eating the meal, or are you like an ogre eating the meal? If you're human, you're definitely going to prefer the halfling, because the slaughtermaster is only going to use meat and other like animal bits, and it's probably going to kill you, to be honest, because slaughtermasters don't usually bother with cooking. That's more of a fire belly thing. So most of their stuff is going to be raw, and you are going to die. to be honest. Don't the ogres love halfling chefs? Yeah, they love to eat their cooking and to just eat them in general. They need to make confederations way easier. I somewhat agree. It
Holy
depends.
Artist 95 cheered. X100. So who do you think would win in a cook-off? A halfling pro chef or an ogre slaughtermaster?
I already answered that. Is Kalita active in the old world timeline? All of the Tomb Kings are. Every single Tomb King character that exists is active in the old world. Now, are they going to be playable in the old world? No, not yet. Games Workshop has very explicitly...
Peasant!
Jesus,
Peasant!
Fucking you little shit. Oh god, you little bastard. That was louder than I thought it would be. They very specifically stated that the Tomb Kings of Khemri are the only Tomb Kings to start with. So it's going to be Nakaf, Settra. They've said there's 3. They've said in the Arcane Tome, I think, for Tomb Kings that there's going to be 3 special characters. So it's like, it's Settra, Nakaf, and somebody else. But they're Khemri specific. All right, chat. I want y'all to listen to this. I want y'all to listen to this $3 tip I got. All right. I want y'all to listen to this message. All right. Listen. There was no prompt for this. I'm just gonna read it verbatim. It says from Master Edger Ryan. Appreciate the tip. Thank you. It says, I'm a lost traveler looking to climax a quest and wondering if you can help me finish, the quest. I'm looking for a whimper and a countdown, please. Smiley face. Also, he doesn't put any apostrophes in the words I'm. No. No. Bad. Go sit in your corner. Go sit in your corner. You don't deserve shit. You've earned nothing here. Only my ridicule. Now you don't have to ban her. They can say whatever weird shit they want for money. I don't give a fuck. Do I accept the quest? Nah, I don't need that grill Val. I'm good. The ladies' bathwater ain't that good. You know, maybe if it was like $300. If it was like $300, you know. Maybe. Sotek, do you think, wait, what do you think will come first? Settra on a skeleton dragon or Chariot of the Gods being made good? I honestly, that is a very good question. That is a very big mystery for me. I don't know if they're gonna add old world models to to Total War. Felipa, I said specifically a whimper. that is, and that was a maybe. Like the Bone Dragon, I don't know if we'll get the Bone Dragon in Total War. I would fucking love the Necrolith Bone Dragon. I think it's a really kick-ass model. However, it's not clear to me how Games Workshop feels about it. I don't know if Games Workshop considers it to be a separate IP, which means that there would genuinely be like legal issues because they would have to like negotiate a new contract to allow like Creative Assembly to have old world stuff, which wouldn't be like a huge deal, but it might have to happen if they want to do that. And Creative Assembly might be like, we don't want to fucking bother with that. The only units that I've seen for the old world so far that I think I would really want in Total War that would be genuinely new, in my opinion, would be the Necrolith Bone Dragon and the Tomb Swarms. I like the Knights of the Realms on foot. It's like they're just foot squires. It's just that the foot squires only have great swords, whereas the Knights of the Realm on foot can have, I think, halberds and sword and board. But like, Throne of Power versus Chariot of the Gods, they're very similar levels of power. I would say they're in the same class of power. Do I think that Creative Assembly is going to fix the Chariot of the Gods? I do think they'll fix it in campaign, because if they don't, I'm going to keep bothering the shit out of them until they do. And usually they're pretty good about, if I bother them enough about something, they will eventually get around to fixing it. They're pretty good about it. Considering that Kislev and Cathay were both being made for IPs at the same time, rather the same, Master Warhammer, that's a fair counter argument. That's a fair counter argument that everything that Creative Assembly was making for Cathay and Kislev was being made in tandem with the old world. That's a pretty good counter argument. So that is pretty reasonable. Bother them for a Nagash DLC? I don't have to bother them for that. That's just gonna happen.
Another wretched foul is
My Heroes PB&J, thank you for the year of support, brother. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Nagash DLC for $49.99. Nah. It's Nagash DLC is for $99.99. You're paying for each of the books of Nagash plus 99 cents for Nagash himself. Daza Whaler, thank you very much for the super chat. If I get Bretonnia models because I love knights, how do I make them as un-French as possible? Just don't paint any fleur-de-lis on them. And that will probably solve your issue. Lord Gron, thank you for the 18 months. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't find... No, the dragon's not that weird, guys. Like, dragons have been kind of antagonists for the Tomb Kings, but considering how, like, insanely domineering the Nehekarans were as a people, and like old world dragons are a very, very well established trope. Considering how large the Nehekaran Empire was, they would have been dealing with dragons. And the idea that there would have been Tomb Kings who were powerful and or domineering and or charismatic enough to have a dragon as a mount is not a stretch. Like, that is very, very reasonable from a lore standpoint. And that's not including the idea that the Lich Priests may have been good enough at, the mortuary arts that they were able to basically bind a Necrolith Bone Dragon to a Tomb King. And that's also assuming that the Necrolith Bone Dragons are animated by the actual dragon souls. It could be that some of them are going to be bound by the souls of, like, warriors, or, like, noble warriors or servants or whatever, like the Cimmerian War Sphinxes are. Or the Kimric Titans. Like, big, weird mounts. Is like, the Necrolith Bone Dragons, the only thing that's kind of unusual about them is that they seem to genuinely be made out of bone, which is a little unusual. But it's not that unusual. How are bone giants bound? Well, so in the most recent lore, they're not called bone giants anymore. They're called Necrolith Colossus, and they're big statues. Like, they're not actual giants. That being said, it would not be weird at all, in the slightest. Like, this, from the old lore, the original bone giants were actual giants. They were giants that, like, eventually served Nehekara, like they were enslaved or willingly in exchange for whatever, like food and beer and shit, served Nehekara and, like, died serving the Tomb Kings, and then were resurrected. Like, that would not be a stretch at all. Like, giants are very mercenary heavy. Couldn't copyright Bone Giant? That could. Well, to be fair, Bone Giant doesn't sound very Tomb King-y. Like, it's kind of like a, it sounds like a vampire count thing, like a Bone Giant. Like, it's kind of like Necrolith Colossus sounds way more Tomb King-y and exciting and thematic. I don't think they got rid of Bone Giant because of copyright. I think they got rid of it because it was kind of boring as a name. Hell's Doppelbach. That's a cool name. Thank you very much for the 5 months. Kurin Shima. If Ashurin and all the gods started acting reasonably like a human and assembled together to fight chaos, would they win? No. They tried that. They lost. Most of the gods did fight the forces of chaos during the Great Cataclysm. It did not go well for them. They lost. Yeah, it didn't go well. Well, if you believe that myth, which I think it's much more than a myth, though whether all of it's true or not is more because I do think there was a handy amount of betrayals in there, and the elves were obviously very heavily weakened due to the War in Heaven. Or the Elven Pantheon had been heavily weakened because of the War in Heaven, where, like, Cain backstabbed, like, the Pantheon kind of tore itself apart. But the Chaos Gods were successfully sealed away because of the Vortex, which some myths claim that the gods may have been involved in those shenanigans. But also a lot of the gods we have now weren't necessarily around back then. If I will say, when you say all the gods, if you mean all the gods, so not just the Elven Pantheon, but like the Elven Pantheon, the Human Pantheon, the, like, Gork and Mork, and, like, all the Nehekaran Pantheon, if you're talking about every Pantheon, and if they united, yes, they could defeat chaos. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Now, kind of the core thing there is they probably never would, but if they did, yes. Will the Chariot of the Gods and Throne of Power be fixed the day after the Queek video is released? Probably not, to be honest, because the Queek video is probably going to be out in, like, I would say about a month. Assuming that y'all can get Lawhammer to 5,000 subs, which I'm hoping you can do in the next month. Would have preferred a crocodile construct? Well, to be fair, the Necrolith Bone Dragon is very crocodilian in aspect. But also, to be fair, I don't think Tomb Kings would be willing to ride on a crocodile. I think they would probably view that as too base of an animal compared to a dragon. Like, dragons are, like, you know, the epitome of power and noble creatures. Also, that would be a pretty heavy retcon. Like, it'd be kind of a massive deal to introduce the idea that there were crocodiles the size of dragons running around Nehekara not doing anything. until they like randomly appeared. Like, oh, like a fucking dragon that has more crocodilian features because that's what the dragons look like in that part of the world. All right, that's fine. I can roll with that. What about a giant crocodile like the Dinosuchus? Dinosuck these nuts? Is that an actual thing, or was that a... I don't... Sorry, I don't know actual dinosaur names, because I only know fantasy bullshit. Could say there are dragons that just don't have wings anymore. Yeah, that's fair. It's a prehistoric crocodile? Yeah, okay, sorry. I was not convinced if that was a These Nuts joke or not. But that's a terrible name for a dinosaur. I mean, that would be a lizardman thing, because prehistoric dinosaurs is specifically, you know, jungles of Lestria, jungles of the Southlands type stuff, not like Dargans. Would the Tomb Kings tried to have tamed feral dinos like the Dreadsaurian? I'm sure some have tried. I imagine the tomb cities like Settra and Lamia and what is it, Marak, have almost assuredly tried. It probably has not gone well for them. The paleontologist in me is screaming. I saw a video of Egyptian guides riding Nile crocodiles. I mean, to be fair, we have Ushabti, guys. And like Cimmerian war sphinxes, would not all be cat-headed, to be fair. Like, Cimmerian war sphinxes would probably have variants of heads, so there would be some versions that would have crocodile heads. Or crocodilian features, as opposed to all being cat features. Can you piggyback ride an Ushabti? Probably. I don't think it would be comfortable, though. I mean, they're made out of, like, marble, stone, and shit. Like, that would probably not be fun. Look up the Dinosuchus after this stream. Get your horny bullshit out of my chat. Do Tomb Kings hate Dark Elves? The Tomb Kings don't like the Elder races. Like the Elves and Dwarfs, generally speaking. Because the Tomb Kings really don't like anybody that makes them feel like they weren't the most powerful empire to ever exist. And the Elder races are pretty insistent about that. Will they add Imhotep and Anuk-Sa-Mun? I don't know. I have no idea. Who does like the Dark Elves? Nobody. Literally nobody. Not even the Dark Elves like the Dark Elves. Maybe you could argue Slanesh kind of likes the Dark Elves, but like that, even that I think would be a bit of a stretch. Crocodilian features, just like the croc scores are supposed to look like. Listen, they fixed the croc scores, so shut the fuck up. We got rid of the piece of shit Total War ones. Thank God. God, I hate Total War croc scores. Do beastmen desire the end times? Not exactly. Beastmen desire the age... beastmen desire a return to the era of their rule. To an age where civilization is non-existent and everything is feral and wild, primeval, predator and prey. They do not desire the destruction of the world. They merely desire the end of civilization. There is some really interesting nuance there. Guys, I know what the big crocodile dinosaur is. I'm very well aware. There's a lot of whooshing happening right now. It was a dick joke. That's all it was. I know what they are. Thank you. Who is Nariska Lesa in Warhammer lore? She is the Golden Knight. She is the champion of Katarin and her greatest warrior. You can kind of think of her as like the ultimate martial champion / judicial champion of Kislev, who represents the interests of the Tsarina and is expected to protect her, and to represent her martial interests in other lands. So she often can act as a sort of diplomat and she wears a completely custom-made suit of golden armor that was made for her by Katerin, that is heavily enchanted because it's tradition that the Golden Knight, who is like the right hand, so to speak, of the Tsar or Tsarina, is supposed to receive a gift from their whoever the ruler is when that Golden Knight like takes their post, where they give them a set of golden armor that is heavily enchanted. She is also the daughter of the former Golden Knight who served Katerin and also served Tsar Boris Boka. Why do the Chaos Gods want to destroy the world? Because think of the Chaos Gods like cancer, right? Ask the question, why would cancer want to kill its host? Because that's going to kill the cancer, right? Like, surely the cancer should go, oh, I shouldn't do that, because then I'm going to die. That's the same thing with the Dark Gods. They seek to make everything... They are envious of the material plane. They desire the material plane. They want it to be theirs, to shape and distort as they wish. And it's all they know. It's all they can be. They are chaos. They are life without restriction, life without safety nets or balance. So they are a cancerous entity. They exist only to perpetuate themselves until everything dies, including themselves. I mean, that was the whole point of Archaon, right? Archaon, like, there is an argument to be made that Archaon genuinely, deeply believed he was a hero. A really fucked up hero, but a hero nonetheless, who his goal was and has always been to kill the gods. All of them. The Chaos Gods, the Human Gods, the Elf Gods, his goal is to kill all of the gods. And as far as he knew, the best way to do that was to destroy the world. Because when the world died, the Chaos Gods would choke on that death, and they would starve. And then they and everything else would die, and there would be peace, in a sense. No longer would sentient life be tortured and manipulated by uncaring, laughing, cruel gods for the sake of their own amusement. Surely oblivion would be better than that. Now, what Archaon did not realize, and it's not his fault, to be fair, in my opinion, what Archaon did not realize, and what he had not accounted for, was that the Warhammer world was not the only world. That there were other planets or other realities, because of kind of like multiversal nonsense, that the Dark Gods could still feed on. Which is why, in Age of Sigmar, Archaon's plan has pivoted, where Archaon no longer seeks to destroy the world. Archaon instead seeks to become a god in his own right, and to become so powerful that he will personally kill the Dark Gods. That's the new game plan. All of that is really bad lore, by the way. I could not disagree more. I think the lore of Archaon is fucking fantastic. And if it hadn't been for, you know, like something that is just kind of beyond his knowledge, he would have succeeded. Who's the most evil character in the lore? I mean, that's a matter of perspective. How do you, you know, it's like, how do you define evil? Same for good. It depends on how you define it. Evil and good are subjective. They're not hard-coded concepts. Like, I would... It depends. You dropped a dono. What? I will keep an eye out for it. Unfortunately, I don't see anything yet. The most evil from my perspective? Oh, geez. I would probably argue that Be'lakor is the most evil character in the setting. Hmm. Sorry, one second. I got a, like, thing in my throat. Good old allergies. I would say Be'lakor is probably the most evil character in the setting, because Bellacor's only objective is to dominate everything. It is to be like the one true god, but in such a selfish, brutal, and cruel way that he wants to functionally kind of dominate all reality for his own arrogance and pride. And he doesn't give a fuck what he has to do in order to accomplish that. And he has a very keen awareness of the price of what he's doing. And he's had many opportunities due to his various defeats to, like, reconsider and to reflect. And every single time, all he does is double down. So I would say that Be'lakor, I think, is and ultimately Be'lakor is responsible for the end. If Be'lakor, like, Be'lakor is responsible for so much shit, it's not even funny. Like, he is the big bad of the setting. Like, ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, Be'lakor is the ultimate big bad of Warhammer Fantasy. Especially because he never, like, truly loses. He only loses a little bit, right? Like, he accomplishes 90% of his goal every single time. It's just that last little bit. You know, it's right when he's about to cross the finish line that he loses. But the amount of damage he causes from that 90 to 99% is, like, insane and mostly irreversible. So yeah, I would say Be'lakor is, like, the biggest, baddest villain, ultimately. Who would be the most good character? The character who's the most good. That is actually super fucking hard, because there are so many different definitions of what makes someone good. I think the character who genuinely meant best and did everything in their fucking power to try and save as many people as possible and defeat evil or chaos or whatever you want to call it as much as possible, especially at self-sacrifice, honestly, it's probably Teclis. As much as I like to dunk on him constantly, it's probably Teclis. I mean, Teclis puts himself through some really awful shit. And, like, I mean, there are characters that are incredibly noble. Like, yeah, Lewin Langker is, like, insanely noble. But I don't think Lewin puts himself through as much as Teclis does.
27 SS cheered. X100. What is happening with the Wood Elves in the old world?
Really quick. Okia, thank you very much for the 18 months. Comrade Question, thank you for the 7 months. Paragoner, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. What are the Wood Elves up to in the old world? Not a lot, to be honest. They're excuse me. Oh god, move chair. Let's see. During the time of the old world, what's happening in Wood Elf land? 20. Oh god, I need to calculate. The way they write the Wood Elf book is super annoying because you have to pull out a calendar every time you, or a calculator every time you want to try and calculate the fucking year. So it's 2276 when we start. So 269. 269. Oh my. Okay, there's actually gonna be some really spicy shit going on, actually. Ooh, this is gonna be exciting. So, granted, there is a very high chance that they're gonna shift the dates of some of these around. That they're gonna, like, so these are probably gonna change a little bit as far as like when exactly they happen. But we're probably gonna start with the Battle of Arden, which is, if you look on the map here, if you look on this, on the old world map, you can see how they've marked out right here that you've got a symbol that looks like Orion going up against Beastmen in the Forest of Arden. There's a really famous battle that happens around this vague time period, though it should have happened technically a little bit before this, but, you know, that's not a huge deal, which is called the Battle for Arden, which the Forest of Arden is, like, one of the most horrible, cursed places in Bretonnia. It's, like, super awful. But there's a really big battle that happens between Morgur the Shadowgave and, like, all the Wood Elves. Like, all of them. So it's, like, and so that's probably what this is, actually. Is we're probably going to get to see the Battle of Arden. So it's probably going to be Morgur versus, like, I think Erloth technically leads the charge on it. Yeah. So, like, Erloth, in the original story, Erloth is the one that ends up, like, really leading the fight. But we had the Battle of the Forest of Arden, which is this. So we get a really big fight between the Wood Elves and the Beastmen. What happens after that is very interesting. Where the big thing that occurs after that is there is an incident where Morathi, well, okay, there's like two big things that happen. The next big thing that happens is that Athel Loren gets invaded big time by the Beastmen. So, like, Morgur is successfully killed in the Forest of Arden. Like, there's a big fight in the Forest of Arden, and Erloth and his buddies do manage to successfully kill Morgur and defeat the Beastmen, and the Forest of Arden is actually purified. So, like, the Forest of Arden is healed from chaos corruption. But meanwhile, a few, not too long later, about 20 years later, there's a huge war where Athel Loren just gets full on fucking invaded by Beastmen. Because it's not Morgur leading the Beastmen this time, it's Malagor. So Malagor the Dark Omen gets every single Beastman special character together, and they all invade Athel Loren as one, like, giant war herd. And it's a fucking nightmare for Athel Loren. Like, it's, I mean, and when I say, like, every special character, I mean, like, Goros Warhoof shows up and plays a huge role. Malagor is leading most of the fighting. There's a bunch of really big Beastman characters. Like, it basically says the only reason the Wood Elves don't lose is because Morgur is not there. Like, if Morgur had actually been in it's called the Slaughter at Bleak Meadow. If Morgur had been there, the Wood Elves would have lost. But luckily he wasn't. So there's a really big fight, and the Wood Elves have a really bad time. And then, very interestingly, the event that we're actually going to get to see, which I'm super excited about in the old world, is the Madness of Orion, which is going to be pretty fucking hype. I'm not going to lie. So the Madness of Orion, which you can actually read the Orion trilogy about. There's a Black Library trilogy that you can buy like right now that's about Orion, which covers those events. The Madness of Orion is literally that there's a Orion reincarnates every single year in the spring. And in about like I want to say like 10-ish years after the setting is starting, somewhere in that ballpark. Might not be full 10, it might be a little less than that. But somewhere in the ballpark of where we're starting, after the wars with the Beastmen are over, Orion gets a really bad reincarnation. It does not go the way it's supposed to, and the guy that reincarnates into Orion had some issues mentally and emotionally. And the Orion that comes out is like fucking insane. And he ends up calling a wild hunt and just obliterates Bretonia. Like he ends up invading all around here, so like a lot of Carcassonne, Quenelles, and Paravent, and he just like wrecks shop. Orion murders tons of people, but eventually he's drawn to the city of Quenelles itself, where there's like a big epic siege. The Duke of Quenelles is killed, like the Duke of Quenelles, which it's not Radamund, I think. I want to say it's I think it's the Duke after Radamund, if they're sticking with that story. But there's a Bretonian Duke that tries to go out and fight him, and Orion just fucking kills him. Yeah, Fredfar, Duke of Quenelles. Yeah, he goes out to fight Orion. He gets brutally murdered, and Orion invades the city of Quenelles, where the Lady of the Lake personally intervenes, and she says some mad shit to Orion in a private conversation, and Orion immediately runs home to the Oak of Ages in Athaloran and kills himself. Sorry, he unalives himself. YouTube bullshit. And thus passes Orion, Steward of Gondor. The Lady of the Lake is Ariel, right? No. The Lady of the Lake is most likely Ladriel, who is the Lady of Mist, which is a different god. We just did a whole stream about it. There's like a 3-hour thing you can go watch right now, here in a minute, about the Lady of the Lake on my channel under the live tab. I highly recommend it. It's an episode of Lorebeard. It's great. Yeah, and then after that, during the Great War Against Chaos, the Wood Elves are still kind of hurting from everything that happened between the Madness of Orion and the Beastmen invasion. So during the Great War Against Chaos, the Wood Elves do not really get directly involved in the original story. What they do help with, though, is that they actually send a group, they send a small force to Ulthuan, and the small force in Ulthuan fights Nakari, because Nakari gets unleashed by Malekith to go track down and kill Tyrion and Alariel, because the Dark Elves have invaded Ulthuan, and like it's not going good. The Dark Elves are like flat out winning, and Nakari gets sent out to finally finish off the Everqueen, and of course Tyrion. And while and Nakari is like fucking unstoppable. But Scarlock the Hunter, who's a really badass Wood Elf character, he's like kind of the ultimate archer of the Wood Elves. Like, there's nobody on his level when it comes to archery, other than like Orion himself. But Scarlock the Hunter leads like a band of literal uber badasses. Like, it's like the most badass. Think of it like the Fellowship of the Ring, but there's like 60 or 70 of them instead of like 12. And they all go to Ulthuan to hold off Nakari, distract him as much as possible. Unfortunately, Nakari is fucking Nakari, so I think like 3 of them survive. Scarlock and like 3 or 4 other people live. Yeah. That buys enough time, though, for Teclis to find Tyrion and Alariel, and Teclis destroys or kills Nakari. Or banishes him, I guess. Why you look so angry? I just have rested bitch face. I don't know. Also, I've been streaming for like 4 hours and 15 minutes and my throat kind of hurts. So, it's nothing you did, presumably. But anyway, so that's what the Widows are up to. How would a setting between Settra and Yuan Bo go? Not well. That would not go well at all. Because Settra literally believes everything in the world is his. And the second that he heard that there was like an empire that would have a moderate chance of being able to be like, oh, well, our empire's bigger than yours, Settra would lose his shit. Anyway, who's better at archery, Scarlock, Elithnar, or Robin Hood? Definitely Robin Hood Men in Tights. I mean, have you seen the script? Obviously, Robin Hood Men in Tights. But who's the better archer between Scarlock the Hunter and Elithnar, though? Probably Elithnar, but Elithnar is almost more of a demigod, to be honest. Like, Elithnar is fucking terrifying. And he's also like thousands and thousands and thousands of years old. Whereas Scarlock, I think, is more like a few thousand years old. Plus, Scarlock has like a cool bow, whereas Elithnar has a bow that's literally one of the 3 treasures of Lilith. Like it is a relic made by a god. Do I have a video out explaining the new timeline? Not yet. I have finished writing the script for one of the videos related to the new timeline. There will be a lot more to come. It'll probably come out next week. Anywho, I'm tired. My throat hurts. I'm tired. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off for now. I do want to thank you all very, very much for taking the time out of your day to come hang out with me. I am incredibly, deeply thankful to you all, and frankly, like, super flattered at how many fucking people showed up to literally just listen to me ramble about fucking lore garbage for like 4 hours. Thank you. Like, goddamn. But we are definitely gonna do. I have been effectively bribed to do some modded streams, but we're also going to be continuing Settra probably tomorrow. So we'll continue our Settra campaign tomorrow, but we're also going to do like a modded stream because money. Before I go, though, I will say that if you are on Twitch, I'm gonna send you on a quick raid. YouTube, y'all just go wherever the fuck you want, guys. Y'all, you know, you're sailing your own ship. Real quick question for you, Twitch chat. Do y'all want to go somewhere like? would y'all rather go somewhere a little more chill, or do y'all want to go somewhere like a little more spicy? What are y'all feeling right now? Is there any new lore? Is there any old lore on the High Elf colonies on the old world map? No, they're almost entirely new. Well, like, not like the fact that the colonies are occupied is relatively new. Spice? Okay, Twitch chat wants spice. All right, we'll go spice. We'll go raid a friend of mine. Wait, is Valrak live on YouTube? No, he's not. I was gonna say he was streaming earlier. There's no way he'd be live right now. It'd be like 2 a.m. All right. Twitch chat. Twitch chat, y'all have fun. And YouTube chat, I will see y'all again soon. So have a good day, evening, whatever, my dudes. Take care. I appreciate you all very much. Thank you all very much for the support. It means the world to me. What are the Skaven up to in this timeline? They're having a civil war. Thank you for the $5 super chat. They're having a civil war, and they're gonna stay in a civil war for like 30 years. Well, more like 25. They're in a war for like a quarter of a century, and then the Great Horned Rat literally gets summoned, and he comes and eats a bunch of them and tells them to quit their shit. So thank you again, all very, very much. I love you all very much. I appreciate you very much. Y'all genuinely mean the world to me, and are the only reason that I do this, because interacting with y'all is the greatest gift that you can give. Though all the support certainly helps, because I do like to have lights in food. So thank you all very much again for watching, and I'll see you next time. Take care. Bye.